up and sit down.
One. Boom. Hello, gang. Colin here. Festa 67's workshop. Welcome to another Friday frolic, and yeah, we're slightly bigger on screen as well, Fox, isn't we? Because we've been playing. So yeah,
got more bigginess and more pixels.
Absolutely. So before we start, let's get the pimpage done and dusted. So if you'd like to help Festa out by supporting the channel, you can do so by heading over to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop, or click the join button below. You can also join my YouTube channel by clicking the join button below this or any of my other videos and become a channel member. That will give you access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout. And if you'd like to help support the Guru, you can head on over to patreon.com/modelmakingguru, or you can click the join button on any of these YouTube channels. Also, folks, we have things called YouTube handles now. So if you want to type it in a web browser nice and easy, just do an @Festa67, press enter, and at Guru Fox, is it Fox?
Yep.
And that will take you both to both of our YouTube pages nice and quick. There's a thing going along the ticker there, as you can see down the bottom. So yeah, it's YouTube handles. It's a thing that's rolling out across YouTube, and it just makes it easier for you to find us.
Handles, yeah. So it's youtube.com and then /@ whichever.
Yeah.
You don't think you can use them in chat just yet? It's not gone fully
no,
live.
it's not been rolled out in chat yet. No.
Nah. Roll out the handles.
And also, if you'd like to get our attention in the chat, do an @Festa67's workshop or an @modelmakingguru. That'll put our names in a gold box and get our attention. Or you can also click the $sign and do a super chat, folks, and that will get your name in a nice big box and a bit of on-screen air guitaring.
And you're supporting Festa's channel by doing
absolutely. And you can also you can save 25% off RRP by going over to Hobby Workshop, clicking the affiliate link, buying yourself all the things, and Festa gets a little kickback from that, and you get 25% off. Everyone's a winner.
Unless you're trying to buy like a clutch for your car, in which case they don't sell those.
Absolutely. I've lost my mouse. There it is.
Mouse.
Let's have a quick looky-loo in the chat. James has been a member of the channel for 22 months. He gets a bit of SpongeBob.
Ooh. Zweizig.
In the chat, we've got Ross saying hello. Good evening, Colin and Princess Fox, and Uggs to Mama Fox. Hello, Ross. How you doing, mate? The Guru's in. Marcus Brun is in. Says good evening, Colin and Fox, and all frolickers. Hello, folks. How you doing? Missed you all. Scout Model Ninja. Evening, Care Bear. Yeah, bless him. Marcus says Ross. Puffed. Fox says Grindle, Elven Plops, Peebles and Burps. There you go.
Yeah, I like to be odd.
The legend that is Andy McLeish is in. Hello, Andy. How you doing, mate? I was doing a bit of filming this week, Andy, and I may have given you a shout-out. So keep an eye out on the channel, mate, for your shout-out. It is coming soon. Paul Lewis is in. Says, evening, Colin Fox, and the chat. Frolic on kids. If you could let us know in the chat as well about audio and video quality, if you could, because we're doing all of this tonight in a entirely new and suave and interesting manner.
Yeah, new technology, new software, new things, new
exactly. Yeah. James is in. Evening, Colin Fox, all in chat. Festa Uggs and Fox Uggs. Everyone's saying hello to each other there. Let's just activate that. Bobbins is in, says good morning. Hello, Bobbins. How you doing, mate?
Activate.
Marcus Bruns put in an $11.99 super chat. Thank you very, very kindly, Marcus. Massively appreciated, mate. Your on-screen air guitar should have been on there. Squishy alert, mate. Edward Leonard's in. Hello, Edward. Hope you're doing all right,
Edward.
Mate.
Hello.
Hope you're doing all right over the other side of the pond.
Mm-hmm.
Bobbin says handles for tubes. Yeah, I've done a few blonde moments this week, Fox. You know, I've been a bit of a spoon, but yeah.
Have you?
Yeah, Steve Spencer Beanie's in evening all listening while editing. Hello, Steve. Hope you're doing
Hi,
all
Steve.
right, mate. Hope you're keeping
Hello.
well. And yeah, what you editing? Tell us. Have you done it yet? Have you done it yet?
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Is it porn?
Is it that naughty video that was filmed in your shed the other week that Mrs. Spencer Beanie don't know about?
If it's not porn, can you make it porn?
Fraser Green's in, says hello. Hello, Fraser. How you doing, geese? Hope you're keeping well, mate. Jeff Light is in, says hi, Colin Fox, and all in chat. Hello, mate. I'm saying hello to Steve. Donald Mackenzie's in, saying hello. Hello, Donald. How you doing, mate?
Donald, where's your trousers?
And he says we can see you with the ears of watching and hear you with the eyes of listening. Happy days.
Good.
And Edward's saying hello to Donald Mackenzie. So that's the chat caught up with. So, Mr. Fox, Mr. Guru of goodness and loveliness.
Hello.
How's your mum and how are you, mate?
I'm all right and dying and fandy, thank you very much.
Happy days.
Doing
Happy
all right.
days.
Not a particularly productive week, but yeah, as always.
Yeah, I kind of obviously took a back seat of real life, but yeah, I got back to the bench yesterday and started doing all the 3D printing of the stuff I've been creating. So yeah,
you've been going a bit bananas, haven't you? You've been going a bit crazy.
Yeah, Fox has had a sneak peek. I'm not going to spoil it, but Fox has had a sneak peek and he's clarified that I am very insane.
I've seen his bits. There's many bits.
Sounds wrong, doesn't it, mate?
I know. I did have one bit of news, though. Because I'm old, I had my flu jab this week.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, that's had no effect on me, but Mama Fox's arm is just completely unusable now, and she's like, "Oh, my arm hurts, and I can't do anything."
Yeah, it's what I was saying to you yesterday. Mine was like it for about 24 hours, and H was like a couple of days. Yeah. So Ross, I think, is still in a sling with his. So yeah.
Oh, bless him. People call me a princess.
Yeah, he is. He's a princess consort. That's what he is, isn't it?
Wouldn't wish anybody that.
No. So, yeah, we are...
How are you doing then, buddy?
We are all right, mate. Yeah, I'm fine, mate. And like I say, I just needed a breather, stepped back for a week. But, yeah, that's the insanity that we're working on. It's funny, I haven't really been in here that much, as you know. And, yeah, I dug this out earlier on, and I was like, yeah, I need to get out more.
You were like, Jesus Christ, what have I wrought?
Yeah, I need to get out more, mate. And then I was looking at the other creation that's coming off the printers, and I'm like, yeah.
Worse than that.
Yeah, if you think this is bad, and mad, and the Insane Blade's bad and mad, there's one that's going to be coming up on the lives once we've done these.
Now, the only problem with that one is that I didn't know what it was, but you kind of told me by accident, and I'm like, oh, I know now. Oh.
Yeah, but you still can't envisage
what that's true.
Its aesthetical appearance. Whoa, grip the bench.
With the big words, please. This isn't like BBC Two's book review program or something.
Yeah, I'm just breathing through it at the moment, mate. Yeah, I'm breathing through it.
Work through it, dear.
Yeah. So keep an eye out for that. What I can show you, he says, I can show you and will.
Ooh, that tells us nothing.
I know. That tells you nothing, but
it tells you that it's got wheels. Excuse me.
Yeah. So
that doesn't tell you anything else.
So yeah, it's going to be Marcus Bryn says, very sorry, I've got to go and catch some Z's. Enjoyed the stream, one and all. Not a problem, Marcus.
Take care, Marcus.
Thank you very much, mate, for your generosity. Massively appreciated, and love and hugs to you and your son, mate.
Yeah. Take care. See you soon.
Yeah. What's your plan of attack with your stompa tonight, then, mate?
I don't know.
Nor do I, mate.
I'm like, I've got no idea.
Yeah, I've got to do a few of the decals, protect them with a bit of
mediums. I've got no idea what to actually do on this. I need to put some null oil on my smaller weapons, but...
Oh, you're going to oil your weapon?
Yeah, but other than that, I've got no bleeding idea.
No.
I've still not even decided what colour to paint my missiles yet.
Yeah,
My nipples.
it's one of them, innit?
It's several of them, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, there is a bit of insanity with these builds.
I'm still not decided what colour to paint all the casings on my big guns. I might just leave them rusty coloured, but that's kind of lazy if I do that.
Yeah, but isn't that what we do? We are lazy. That's how we roll.
I'm made of laziness. I mean, I'm not going to deny that.
Absolutely. Everyone's saying good night to Marcus. Absolutely.
Good night, Marcus.
James says, night, Marcus. Make sure to give them Care Bears big hugs and cuddles.
Care Bears. Come again, try the fish. Fish.
Absolutely. Remember what I was thinking?
Tubes. What the hell was that? I just shook that paint and stuff came off it. I don't even know what it was.
Oh dear.
A totally different colour splashed all over me, and I don't quite know how that works.
Are you breaking all the things?
No, I shook the Ulthuan and grey, and I got like a blue-grey colour out on my hand. I don't quite know how that works.
Oh, that's a thought. Oh, that might
it's supposed to be Ulthuan and grey in there, and not wood.
Right.
Why is there?
Oh,
weird.
Are you been special again?
There's like a dark grey colour in the lid of my Ulthuan grey. I don't know quite how that works. It's not quite making any sense. Also, I can't close it properly. I'll have to scoop it out, I think.
Yeah.
Scoop it out.
So, don't forget, folks, in the chat, what's in the belly?
Yep.
What's on the bench?
Yep.
And what is your beverage of choice?
What's up your bum?
On this fine Friday night.
Yeah.
Or Saturday morning, whichever way you want to look at it.
What have you all got booked in for the weekend as well?
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. What's your weekend wonderments?
Anything planned for the weekend, sir?
Yeah, something for the weekend. Do barbers still say that? I'll have to ask my boy. He's a barber.
I don't know if barbers actually sell condoms anymore, do they?
Yeah.
Because you can buy them from everywhere else now without being too embarrassed about it.
Who else remembers growing up in the 1980s when you'd go into a chemist on a Friday and come out with a packet of sellotape, a packet of cotton buds and a comb?
Yeah.
We all did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember my dad taking me to the hairdressers when I was a kid. Oh, God damn it. And, it was like the hairdressers were like between two shops, so it was like about 3 foot wide.
Yeah.
And it was some Italian guy called Tony.
Yeah, mine was Italian, Jose.
Yeah, he basically did short back and sides.
Yeah.
So that was your choice. And
definitely it must have been.
Remember?
Yeah, it must have been related to Jose as because you had 30 photos of different hairdos, but you always came out with a short back and sides.
Back and sides, yeah. And there was always like a little tiny. There's only one seat.
Yeah.
My dad used to take me in, and I'd sit in the chair, and he'd do all the deed and stuff. But there'd always be a little tiny transistor radio, and it'd always be the football.
Yeah.
No matter when he took me in, it could be like Sunday afternoon, could be a Saturday, could be a Wednesday. There's always the football playing.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like mine.
Yeah, well, I'm giving up trying to clean that out now because it's clearly bullshit. I'm just getting covered in paint. I've not even painted anything yet.
You're not happy unless you're making a mess, are you?
I'm feeling grey my arse. Tasks me. It tasks me.
It tasks you and it challenges you, doesn't it?
Yes, I shall chase it round the moons of Antares and through perdition's flames before I give it up. You don't get the reference, do you?
I don't, because he's given me another thing to watch as well, folks. So, yeah, it's really going to happen, isn't it?
If you've not already watched Star Trek The Wrath of Khan, then I'm most disappointed.
I've seen that loads of times.
Oh, there you go, then. Then you remember it.
Yeah, I do think that's the best of the Star Trek films, to be honest.
It's the correct answer. I like you more now.
Still haven't watched Bluey, though. I knew I meant to have done it last night. Yeah.
I got bum worms.
Yeah, I was...
It was great.
Quite a way through watching a episode of House, and I thought I did say to Fox that I'd watch some Bluey tonight, and I've let him down, and he's going to hate on me even more.
No. There's always time for Bluey. You'll thank me when you do watch it.
Yeah. I want to test a theory.
What's your theory, and how are you going to test it? Let's do science.
I am just going to paint it on and see what happens. Bit of Weight Watcher green. I just want to try
Weight Watcher green, he says.
One panel just to see how it looks.
Just one panel.
Get your panels here, freight for a pound.
Let's have a look. That's a wagon wheel, says McLeish. If we shout his name 3 times, i.e. Beetlejuice, do you think he who is late will grace us with his presence? Who's late?
Who's late?
I don't know. He's agreeing, says Bench, the Lego Technic Jeep Wrangler, but not for me. An old colleague's birthday in a week and a bit. I owe him for lifts into work.
Ooh. Yeah, that'll work. Just kicks the green's backside and brings it to life a little.
Kick it up there. Oh, there. I don't even know what that accent was. Kick it up the arse. I don't know.
Slap it up the Harris, innit?
Harris slapping for all ages. Only on ITV.
Got a bit of that. So, yeah. So, filming and that, did you manage to get any done in my absence? Because you was...
No.
Like me, coming up with a huge list of things you wanted to do, and then it all went wrong, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, there were like injections and things. Boiler men had to come and do tests on the boiler, inspections, and all the nonsense occurred. Again, I had not much productivity this week. I was hoping I was going to film the next 5 packs of the Star Wars Encyclopedia.
Oh, right,
I suddenly realised all I'm doing is showing a book, and it takes me like 10 minutes, so why don't I just live stream it for patrons and members, and then it'll be a video then without instead of doing hours and hours of video editing, I can just do it.
That makes sense. Makes perfect sense, mate.
I'm literally just showing you a book and saying, here, it's a book, it's most excellent, ha 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 ha. Bye.
I think the pair of us are clearly unwell because we've had several productive ideas recently that all seem to have worked, don't they?
How very dare you say such things?
How
very dare you? I deny this thusly. Right, white teeth. What colour should the colour square be behind the white teeth? I think it should be...
It shouldn't be white, put it that way.
Nah, I think it should be... I don't know. I'm rubbish at guessing, at choosing colours. I think a really bright blue that makes no sense whatsoever. I think a bit of Lothern blue, which is very 1980s.
Yeah, that works.
It's a layer paint, so it doesn't take forever to cover it up, but never mind. No.
Worry about that.
There's one blue that I can't explain why, but it just transports me to printed documents in the 1980s.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's just, I don't know why. It might be Temple Guard blue, I'm not really sure, but there's a specific blue to me. It's just, it transports me away to, I don't know, I can't really explain it.
Takes you to that special place, does it?
But no, it just does something in my brain that makes me think of, like, documents in the 1980s when they're printed with, like, 2-coloured logos and things. It was like a blue and a orange, so I don't know. I don't quite stop talking about myself.
Let's have a look. Belly and benches. I think Fraser Green says bench the Lego Technic Jeep Wrangler, but not for me.
I did that one.
Oh, did you? Oh, yeah. I'll shut up then.
I know you don't listen when I talk, but
I don't. I was distracted by painting. Yeah.
I didn't do the others though. I just did that one.
Absolutely, mate.
Was that the only one?
Paul Lewis says, nice to see this streaming crystals of clarity, 1440 tins of peas. Absolutely, mate.
Ooh, doing it at 1440p. That's nice.
Yeah, I told you I was blitzing it, mate, because why not? And yeah, that's a point. Picture quality of that, peeps. You might notice it's a little bit clearer. We are using a different way of doing this at the moment. So we've had our technical brains out again, Fox, haven't we? And yeah.
Is that what you call it?
So
is it showing again? Sorry, I'll put the different ones on next time.
Hopefully you can see a bit better. And yeah, I will try this week not to go off shot, but can't always guarantee it because these things are absolutely massive. And trying to get our webcams in a position of being able to get everything on camera is quite challenging with this build.
Don't make a girl a promise if you know you can't keep it.
Yeah, so we are endeavouring to keep on shot, but it ain't always easy.
It ain't easy.
What you doing? What you doing?
I'm trying to paint the back of this glyph, but it's really hard to get the brush in there.
Yeah.
Without like sticking my tongue out and being in a really weird angle.
Well, I dropped this stomper earlier.
Oh yeah. Did you drop it so hard that the thing pinged off mine, like it keeps doing?
It survived, mate.
Wow.
I was trying to carry it whilst obviously using me sticks, and I lost me grip, and it went sagooting across the man cave deck, and I was like, oh, this is going to be a nightmare. Everything would have broken off, and not one thing broke off.
Oh. See, I've lost that thing on the crow's nest so many times that I wouldn't be surprised if you dropped yours and it fell off mine.
It's gone remarkably well, to be honest.
Well, you said that now with words, and now you've said it out loud, and that's just going to jinx it for everybody.
Yeah, so I'm just putting a bit of a glaze on some of the panels, not all of them. I want some of the red panels and some of the yellows to be slightly duller than others.
Are you doing a little bit of something? Yeah.
Just to show some of them as may have been cleaned by the orcs.
Yeah, I think not. Yeah, you can't say that and then say orcs at the end of that sentence.
Yeah, you like my optimism, didn't you?
Yeah, very optimistic.
But yeah, no, thanks for your messages as well, folks. I've had some nice messages again. Yeah.
I must have pressed the wrong button. I'll get the nasty one sent out properly next time.
Yeah. So yeah, thanks for your support and that, and yeah, it's nice to be back. We was chatting during the week, and yeah.
Colin would like to thank you for your support. He'll send it back to you when he's finished with it.
I saw what you did there.
I know. I need this thing. It's got that thing. Do you know when I was painting my Age of Darkness dudes?
Yeah.
I had to make a glaze, so I basically got a pot of Lamian medium and added one single drop of Drakenhof Nightshade blue shade to it.
I may have read that post.
And it's gone like a dull blue colour. There's only one drop of it.
Yeah.
Insane.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Right? The thing is, right, it's such a powerful colour, that blue, that it makes the one drop of it makes the whole pot go a little bit blue. But when you paint it on the dude, you can't tell. I was like, I can't even tell I've just done that.
Yeah, but it was subtle. To me, it made it look slightly sun-bleached.
Yeah. I was looking at it, I was holding it up to a different one, saying, have I actually even done anything now? Does it even...
Yeah, was you getting the bottom lip out? Was the teddy bears on the side waiting to be thrown?
No, it's just sometimes you do something and you think, oh, I wish I could be really subtle with it. And then when you do it really subtly, you're like, wow, that was almost nothing. It was so subtle. That was so laid back, it's almost laid out. Let's get some of the...
Paul Lewis said, oh, hang on, it's Shellard's birthday, so he'll be out on the Raz. Oh, happy birthday, Mark Shellard. Oh, yeah, if you're watching back.
He did. He said hello in my chat earlier when I was doing my gaming stream, so it wasn't.
There you go.
But he'll be out on the pot, won't he?
Yeah. If you see a heap that used to be a man kicked to the side of the curb, that'll be Shellard, and he would have had one too many, and you'll get the leave me alone if you go anywhere near him.
Not to be confused with the other heap. It's a shell of a man. That's me when I've just met a lot of people I went to school with who are all doing much better and much more wealthier than I am.
Yeah, but no matter how much money you've got and how big your house is, your grave is always the same size, isn't it? And we all end up with a 10p tag on our big toe.
As my mum would say, as my dad used to say, we've all got a hole in our ass.
Yeah, a friend of mine works in a mortuary. And he came out with that and many other wisdom statements. He said, at the end of the day, he said, you could have a billionaire and an oboe on a slab in the morgue. He said, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
Well, you couldn't play a tune. You could play a tune on the oboe. You mean a hobo, not an oboe? I thought you meant the instrument, the oboe.
No, an oboe. You know,
an oboe,
tramp.
Not an oboe.
Yeah.
An oboe, not an oboe.
Yeah.
I'm thinking, why would you have a dead body and a musical
Are
instrument?
you mocking my speakage again?
No, I really thought you said oboe, not a hobo.
Yeah, no, it's an oboe. An oboe with an oboe.
Ah.
Yeah. An oboe playing an oboe whilst carrying a bow.
Orc.
Yeah. Orchestra. It's all about the orchestra.
Guy goes to the doctor. He just reminded me of an old, really bad joke from my youth. Guy goes to a doctor and says, Doctor, I've got all these holes in my beepis. And when I go for a wee, it goes out in all different directions. He says, I can't help you, but here's a phone number. Who's this for? Is it for a specialist? No, it's a guy that teaches clarinet. He'll sort you out. Yeah, I didn't say it was good.
Yeah, I laughed just out of politeness because, you know, you would have sat there, gone quiet and gone, you didn't even laugh.
Don't lie. It wasn't politeness. It was pity. Just say it.
Yeah, it was.
Me. I pity the fool.
I pity the poor jester even.
It was a pretty poor gesture.
Yeah, who's, you know, about to get sacked and beheaded by the king because he's not made him happy. Yeah.
All right, so I'm putting some null oil on these guns so I can start to get them all gunmetally.
Yeah.
Because I suddenly realised I've got all these other guns on here that haven't got that treatment on them yet.
You've been getting your guns out, have you?
Get your guns out. Guns for funds. I don't know. Right, so I'm just trying to... I've got to do something. I've got to get my brain into the mode of actually doing something because my brain's just going all the time with this thing.
Yeah, that's why I'm
There's just so much going on. My brain's just
randomly doing little bits just to try to, yeah.
Ooh, I just used my glue brush for my shade. Cool.
Oh, you're good.
I'm not really. It was the wrong brush to use. Never mind.
Again, I'm not going for total coverage. I just want to get some of this on some of the panels, not all.
What is it you're doing? What is it you're doing?
I'm just putting a glaze over the yellows and the colours using the Lamentus and the Waywatcher greens and that.
Yellow. Oh, got a bit of a stiffy going on now. You said Lamentus yellow.
I know. Just to get them going, and then I can seal the decals in then and not worry about this not doing its job. So
never mind them. That Lamentus yellow gets me going. Never mind them. Oh.
Beautiful, isn't it?
And I've got 3 or 4 pots of that, and when it's gone, it's gone. That'll be a sad day. And that's all finished up.
Yeah, I'm using because I didn't have the real thing, I made a homebrew, and it does exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
It's probably not as good as the real thing, but it's as near as bloody damn it, and it works for me.
It does what it says in the tin because you use it and you realise, you lament that it's not as good as the original.
So we did there.
Yeah, you see what I did there.
Please don't do it again.
You don't lament it's not as good. You lament that you don't have the original, I should say.
Exactly. And I haven't seen the prices of a pot on eBay. Yeah, they can keep it.
Yeah. You can't. You can buy Lamentus yellow now, but it costs you a fortune.
Yeah.
Now, I do forget who it was, but somebody did send me a big stash of paints.
Hmm.
And in that stash of paints, as well as a few old hexagonal pots of paint, was like 4 pots of Lamentus yellow. I was like, oh.
Oh, did you do a little curly toe dancing jig?
I did a little bit of a sex wheel, I'll tell you that.
Good man.
Yeah. It was definitely a thing that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, get some of these done, and we can...
It's just far too overwhelming, all this. I'm just overwhelmed.
Yeah, every time you spin it around, you see different bits, don't you? And you're like, yeah.
And you go like that once. Hey!
I see what you did there.
Come on, you fed me. You gave me that feed line. I'm not going to... Yeah,
mate, you did well. You did well. I'm proud of you, soldier.
Didn't he do well? You're right. Good man. Good game.
Yeah. All right. That'll do for that.
I think I'm going to start being a bit slapdash with the paint when I'm doing these colours, because if I look like one coat of, say, a yellow on something, and then I let that dry, and then I do a second coat of yellow, but I'm a bit stabberty with the brush, and that way I get this kind of uneven paint layer where some of it's transparent and some of it's not, and it's a bit slapdash.
This is it. It's not going to be a perfectly painted thing because it's oak, don't forget. It's like,
yeah, but then I'm thinking once the weathering goes on top, it'll just make it look nice and faded.
Yeah.
That's my hope anyway.
Fraser says, have you been keeping up with the upcoming Gotham Knights game?
Nope. No, not my kind of game, I'm afraid.
That means no then, Fraser.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not my kind of thing. I assume it's like a live service, go online, play with several people, kind of, no. PvP type game? No. Definitely not. If it is, definitely my golden rule, don't play with other people unless it's co-op.
Yeah, it's not your thing, is it?
I've learned over the years that if it's co-op and it's somebody you know, that's fine. I'll happily play Borderlands with 3 people I know. But on multiplayer online, no, I'd rather eat my own face. Having said that, that might not be that kind of game. I don't know, but I'm not into sort of nonsense. No. I want an open world and a first-person perspective, and I'm happy.
Some of that.
I'm very boring.
No, at the end of the day, mate, if that's how you roll, that's how you roll, mate.
I don't actually know what kind of game it is. Tell me about it. Tell me about it, Fraser Green. Maybe you changed my mind. I don't know. I'm not really into DC stuff anyway, apart from Batman. I've not really got any interest in DC, Nightwing, and all that nonsense. So, yeah. It would be a hard sell, let's put it that way. Ooh, there's a thing there I can paint black. Or even grey, perhaps. I do not have a grey. I do have Corvus black, but I think...
It says oboe with an H. Yeah.
Oboe. Do you mean oboe the musical instrument, or oboe that lives in in like a railway car? Yes. I need clarification here. Corvus black on this rubber tube.
You're a tube.
It's a proper, like, you know, you get the bit of the bendy straw that's all like segregated or whatever.
Yeah.
What's the word I'm looking for? Segment. It's like that. It's like one of them big.
Yeah, corrugated.
Yeah, it's like a big Hoover tube. I'm gonna paint it black, but I'll do it grey and then I'll put a black wash on it. I'm just painting. I'm trying to avoid being in a state of sheer terror by just painting little things that makes it feel like I'm doing something, because everything else is just far too damn overwhelming.
Yeah, that's what I find. I'm probably going to do some fettling other times as well, but I find when we're on air, I just do the simple parts of the painting. It's like,
yeah.
Because you know what it's like. You have to keep turning this thing at all kinds of bizarre angles, and you can't always do that live on air because you go off shot, you know.
I don't really care about that, because people understand when it's a big model, but it's just more a case of I'm like a deer in the headlights. There's so much potential, so many choices to make that I'm just like, I can't make any of them.
Yeah. You know, one panel's bad enough, and then you look at how many more you've got to do, and you're like,
yeah, you're like, blimey, Riley, whose idea was this?
Yeah.
Like if you're painting like a little vehicle or something, you know, you've got like the colour of the body, the colour of the metallic bits, there's a bit of gold, but this is like, it could be anything. There's no, it's not like you've got like a 3 or 4 colour scheme and a spot colour. It's like you just got, there you go, here's a big model and we sell 400 different paint colours.
Yeah.
Good luck with that, thanks.
Yeah, that's why I went the cheats route. I just thought, sod it, I'll just go Technicolor. Yeah. It covers and hides a multitude of sins then.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm loving it absolutely to bits, but it's just also terrifying me at the same time.
It is a little intimidating, isn't it?
Yeah. It's like saying, hey, here's this ancient painting on this church wall. Please, can you restore it?
Oh, yeah.
Well, here's this sculpture of Joan of Arc on a horse. Please, can you restore it? And paint it like it's the thing.
Yeah. Right. That Italian one was quality, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Who on earth in their right mind would have got the cleaning lady to bloody do the restoration? It's like,
I think she was just like some old dear that worked at the church or something. She thought she'd try and help by just destroying this priceless piece of medieval art.
Yeah.
Thanks, love.
Can you imagine the bishop's face when she went, I'll show you, look, what do you think? Yeah.
I can't remember if she actually got arrested for criminal damage. I don't know.
Yeah, could you imagine the swearings?
Yeah, man of the cloth, absolutely. Especially if it's Italian and he's a Catholic, absolutely, he'll be swearing the laws down.
So yeah.
To quote that old rugby commentator whose name I can't remember, there'll be some playing in the showers tonight.
Eddie Waring?
No, he was Scottish.
Oh, right.
I know the accent was a bit rubbish, but you know that's just taking the mickey now. Crushed. No, Eddie Waring was up and under.
Yeah.
But thanks for telling me that my Scottish accent was terrible.
Well, your Scottish accent was as good as my Welsh accent.
I'm sure my father would not be spinning violently in his grave every time I do a Scottish accent. I'm sure my Scottish accent is perfect.
In your mind, it is, yeah.
Yeah. Well, my dad hasn't come back to haunt me, so it can't be that bad.
Yeah.
He was from Glasgow, so. The good thing is we're doing this rust coat first as well. If I put a paint coat on a panel and it's got like some gaps and missing bits, it's great because it just looks like there's rust showing under the paint. It's
yeah.
I don't have to like get nice crisp edges.
Just works, doesn't it?
Yeah. As Todd Howard would say, it just works. Except it does actually just work.
Yeah. It's not often I get intimidated, but having sort of looked at the shelf just now and seen Insane Blade and Warlick staring back at me, it's like, why am I doing this to myself?
That was your first mistake.
It's like, yeah, I really do need to get out more.
Yes.
Back on that. Bit of Rhinoxide and
good dark rust colour, that Rhinoxide.
So we got that. Let's stick to one coloured panel tonight, I think, and do all of the panels of said colour. Let's go for red.
Is this you trying to do all like planning and thoughtfulness and stuff?
Yeah, how long do you reckon it's going to last, mate?
I don't know, I'm not having it. I won't have it in this house.
Is that going to be light enough? Yes, I bet it will.
Such bourgeois nonsense like planning and thinking. You can stop that right away. Young lady. Excuse you? There's a ship coming in. It did sound like a ship's horn. It's more like a 1960s carry-on type cruise ship.
That's my vortex, isn't it?
I know. You keep your vortex to yourself, you prove of it.
It's the correct answer.
Ooh, got my vortex out on telly.
Yeah, get your vortexes, 3 for £1. Slap that over there out the way.
Yeah. Did we get any more benches and bellies? Do let us know, folks.
I will have a looky-loo, mate. Bear with me.
I'll have a look in a minute if you want.
No, you're all right. You carry on. Fraser says Gotham Knights is a third-person RPG from what he gathers. It's set in Gotham after the demise of Batman leaving Nightwing even. Tim Drake, Robin, Batgirl and Red Hood take care of the city. There you go.
I don't know any of those characters.
He says it's a single player with optional online co-op.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Well, that puts it up in my understanding then, because at least it's not like a live service game, which I can't really stand.
Yeah, and apparently there's a TV series for it coming up soon as well.
Which means it'll probably be a terrible game then.
Yeah. So.
Because generally games from TV series are not good.
Yeah.
That's just condemned it to death, basically.
It's now died a slow, painful death in your eyes, is it?
Well, it's like, here's this great game. Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's based on this TV series that's coming up. Oh, it's a title. Oh. It's, oh, right, okay. Like when it's a TV series of a game, then it could be good about. When it's a game of a TV series, it's never good. It's never good.
Fraser says, yeah, but the TV show's not connected to the game.
Depends who's making it as well.
Let's try and get over there. Because I don't want to knock it if I can help.
Yeah, I'm not a big DC fan though. I swear. I mean, I like Batman, but that's pretty much it for DC. I've never got interest. I've never been one for the superhero stuff. To be perfectly honest, that's the thing. And because Batman's not a superhero, he's just a masked vigilante detective, so he gets a pass. But I don't like Marvel. I only like MCU movies. I don't actually like Marvel. I don't read comics, play the games on those because they just bore me. But yeah, it doesn't sound like my cup of tea, to be honest. More blue, Vicar.
Yeah, if it had Bluey in it, then yeah.
If it was a Bluey movie, oh god, yeah, absolutely. You will like Bluey, you really will. As a father, you'd appreciate many things about it.
As a father, I would get it, would I?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Did you bring up any girls?
Yeah.
Okay, then you should get it. You'll appreciate it, I think. Things I appreciate it, and I'm not a father, and I hate kids. So, and even I watch Blue, and I think, you know what? I really wish I had kids. I don't even want kids. So, yeah. Dibbity. Right, we'll put that there. We'll put that there. That's going to need some Agrax shade to... Oh, bollocks.
That's what I haven't done. I haven't put my wet palette up.
Festa.
Oh, mate, honestly. Anyone would think I haven't been streaming for a while. Do first.
Put your wet palette up your big tube.
There you go.
Tubenhausen. Wow, I painted the valve thing on the back of my stomper red, like the big round valve handle.
Yeah.
And just in the process of painting it over the last few weeks, all that paint's ripped off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's quite poor, really.
Yeah, it's quite annoying, isn't it, when that happens?
Yeah.
All right, let's clean this. I think we could change the paper on that now. And it's scuzzed to buggery. Bum, 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 bum.
Do. See, I'm so unobservant, me, which for an artist isn't great, but like the titles to Bluey,
Yeah.
I watched all of season 1, all 52 episodes, before I even realised that the whole title sequence is them playing that game where you dance to music, and then when it stops, anybody moving is out.
Yeah.
Whatever that game's called, that's what they're playing.
Yeah.
But I didn't realise that until I actually read it somewhere. I'm like, oh yeah, I wondered. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fraser's saying, yeah, the series isn't connected to the game. The creators of the game have said that the show is trash. Yeah.
Yeah. John Alex Skell Modelling is in, says, hello, mates. Hope you are all well.
Hello, John. How you doing, mate?
He says, our friend PJ is here, the place to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, that superheroes, yeah, not my kind of thing. Not really. Doesn't really float my boat. Post-apocalypse.
I think a lot of it's been done to death in it now.
I don't know. I don't play them, but what am I doing? I've lost. Where's me? There it is. I don't really know what games. I'm very picky about what games I like, you see, so I don't like many games, let's be perfectly honest here.
Yeah, you are quite particular, aren't you?
Yeah, I like the small number of games that I like. And
oh, thank you. John Alex Scale Modelling has become a channel member. Thank you very, very kindly, mate, for joining the membership. That'll give you access to the Zoom 24/7. If you head over to my community tab or click the link in the description below, it will take you to the post that will give you the passcode for the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout, mate.
And you can hang out with Festa's members and patrons and mine for members and patrons.
Absolutely. You can come and join in the shenanigans. I shall be back in the hangouts over the next few days because I've had a week away.
Don't forget, if you are a patron or channel member and you're in the 24/7 hangout, don't forget there's also the associated Facebook chat group.
Yes.
Which some people prefer to use just that and not the video hangout, which is fine. But it's also a handy way to sort of hang out with people. If you don't want to go on camera or you just want to see if anyone's in, you can put a thing up saying, anyone in?
Yeah.
So if you're not in that and you're not Festa's friend on Facebook, just send him a friend request.
And I
The
will add you.
instructions should include that link actually for your Facebook page, don't they? I think.
Oh, they do, yeah.
Yeah. So make sure to do that as well. Because I don't often go in the video chat hardly at all, but I do go into the Facebook chat page, the video hangout, but I do the Facebook chat. Because I can put animated GIFs in there, you see. I can't put animated GIFs in them.
Yeah.
Got the bluey theme in my head now.
You are Bluey.
Bluey! It's great. You'll love it. You will love it. I'm a 50-year-old bloke, and I'm just like, I love it. Because it's one of those things, like, it's not like a kids program where there's a little bit for the parents. I really think it's a program designed for the parents with a little bit for the kids to be amused by.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a parents show than a kids show. So much in there for all age groups.
This is where my shakes comes in really handy, doing these edge rusting bits. And
oh, gentlemen, nothing nicer than a rusty edge. You know it. I know it. We're all blokes together. We all know it. The bobbins is in and says "fums."
yeah. Says to John, "Hi there, John. How you doing, sir?" There you go.
I can't believe you've not said it, Festa.
What's that?
You've got somebody in your chat called John, and you're a Londoner.
Yeah. Hello, John. Got a new motor.
There you go.
Are you happy now?
I'm satisfied.
It's just John has probably heard that all his life, and it's probably got so old that it makes him cringe, and I didn't want to make a new channel member cringe.
You like making people cringe.
He says, "You have a wonderful channel thing, you two." Thank you very much, John.
That
means a lot, mate. Thank you very kindly for that feedback, because Fox will tell you this. I'm always belittling me work and me channel, and so when someone does say that they actually do like what I do, it does mean a lot, mate.
Yeah.
Because I do have a bit of self-confidence lacking at times.
Yeah. He doesn't owe you money, does he, John? I'm so bad, aren't I?
You are.
I'm bad. Right, so that's them done again. Right, so let's do... I still don't know what colour to do that little...
And of course, thank you, Fox, for the pimpage today, because someone had forgotten again.
Yeah, about 10 o'clock tonight, I thought, I better put the link up in the Boom Hut and stuff. I'm like, wait, has he even...
Yeah, it's like he had one simple job. Yeah.
Doesn't he even pimp his own stuff? Do you know?
Oh, no,
you really
I am
are the
useless.
worst, aren't you?
I am useless. He says, this chat is the highlight of my Sunday morning. Oh, bless you, mate.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah, there'll be a Sunday show as well, Sunday at the Bench with me and Dave. And don't forget also, we'll be doing Warhammer Sunday over on Fox's channel, Model Making Guru.
That's me. Hello.
And we'll be doing a bit more on the Lehman Russ. What's the plans for that this week? Who do we... I can't remember where we got to, mate.
Did we finish chipping?
I don't think we did. I don't know, mate.
I don't think we finished chipping. We'll have a look. Hang on. Let me just lean 3 inches over here.
Are you doing your Lehman Russ?
Shut up. That's not good.
I've got to go and get my coat, haven't I?
Yeah, I did chipping. We did all the chipping on there.
Tough audience.
Tough crowd, yeah, pretty much. Did the chipping on the... Oh, I've not finished chipping on the turret. I don't think I finished.
Right, yeah.
I've not done that side either yet. So, yeah, we haven't finished chipping yet.
Yeah.
Chip.
Where's my... Yeah, I've got 1, 2... beginnings of the third side done. I've got nothing on the turret yet.
There you go. Yeah, so it's back to the
chip
right side.
Yeah. They've been a fun little build, haven't they?
Colin, silence. Muse is in. Stop everything. Emergency update for you.
I just got to get my keyboard.
I thought I better let you know before it gets problematical.
Cheers, mate. Thanks for that.
I've got your arse covered. Big hugs to you, Marcy. I noticed that she came in.
I didn't, because I'm useless. There you go.
Oh, bit of an update for anyone. If anyone who watched me play Metro 2033 earlier today,
yeah,
I had one of those situations. Have you ever one of those gaming things where?
Yeah, you was just about to say, "Have you ever had this?" and then realised,
I realised what I was saying and who I was saying it to.
Yeah.
It was one of those moments where you get occasionally you'll get in a game where you suddenly don't know what you need to do, how you need to do it, where you need to go, what you're looking for, or what to do, but you're in a situation where every time you move, you die. And I'm like, oh. So I tried it for like 10 minutes and said, right, well, we'll call the show there because I need to go and obviously find out what I'm supposed to be doing because the game wasn't telling me really much at all. And I was having a bit of a trouble time with it. I was basically in a small underground train station with a billion monsters attacking me. And I had to go and do two things that I had to look at my little mission notice board thing in my hand to get the steps, but I couldn't do it because every time I did that, I got killed. So I got very frustrated. So I ended the stream. I said, right, I'll go and look it up. Anyway, for those that were watching, I did figure out what needed to be done. And I went ahead and did that off camera. Apparently, when I walked into the tram station with Khan, who was this character I was with, I was supposed to follow him and listen to him talk to the guys in the train station.
Right.
And then he would have told me what to do. But because I didn't do that, I didn't know what to do. And the game just carried on regardless.
So basically what you're saying is you was being a spoon.
No, what I was basically saying is it's a bit of a bad game design thing there.
It's
because
the coder's fault.
Well, no, the thing is, we walked into this train station and he says, the people here, they'll need our help. So I go off to look for loot and ammunition and stuff. Nothing says to me directly, follow this guy and talk to and listen to him having this conversation.
Yeah.
So I go off to look for loot and he says hello to these guys. And then when I come back, well, these enemies start coming. And of course, he hasn't told me what I need to do. So I'm running around not knowing what to do for 10 minutes. And then I look at I've got a little clipboard thing.
Yeah.
And that says, find this bomb and seal off the airlock. And I'm like, what bomb? What? And it turns out I needed to find a petrol can that looks like every other bit of debris in the game.
Yeah.
And also find a location, find a thing to put a bomb on that's like this big and hidden backwards behind a piece of wood. I'm like, I never found them. So when I read the how to do it guide, I'm like, oh, right. So I went and listened to him.
Usually saying he cheated. Yeah.
No, I just had to go and find out how to do it. But the bad design comes from the fact that it's punishing the player if the player just happens to not follow the character and listen to a conversation he's having with some other people.
Yeah.
And then he turns around and says, right, Artyom, you go and do this. Good game design would either force you into that conversation so you have no choice.
Yeah.
Or you'd walk in, they'd go over there, he'd look for all your loot, you'd go back, and then when you're back next to him, it would then start that conversation. He'd tell you what to do. It wouldn't just let all the enemies pile in regardless, you see.
Right. Yeah.
Like if it was a Fallout game or something like that, or a Skyrim game, you'd have the conversation because nothing would happen until you'd had that conversation. It would say, go and talk to him.
Yeah.
But the bad game design is if the player doesn't hear that conversation, they can't progress. But of course, we're not going to tell them they've missed a conversation. So,
good luck with that. Yeah, that's annoying. Then,
yeah. So it when I actually figured out what I was supposed to do, it was surprisingly easy to do it. I was like, okay, well, I know what I'm doing. It's not that hard. Yeah, not like a right spoon. It was one of those almost like a controller throwing moment, but not quite.
Of course, you wouldn't do such a thing.
No. I wouldn't. Not with an Elite controller.
No.
They're far too expensive to be throwing. It's the one advantage of having an Elite controller. There's no way you're ever going to throw it. I suddenly realised,
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
Oh, you're doing something, what?
No, you carry on, mate. I'm listening.
I suddenly realised you've got all these games that you're going to play.
Yes.
And they're all PC games, and you can play them on keyboard and mouse and have like really quick aiming and everything else. But you're going to be playing them on controller.
Yeah.
because I said the controller's not really the optimal way to play on a PC, but
Yeah, but there will be an Xbox in my life at some point.
yeah, true. But you're not obliged to use the controller.
Yeah, but you saw how that went when I was doing that test film of Grim Fandango. It's like,
Yeah, don't forget the controls on that game are like 25 years old. That's not how
it's not got the best control mapping, is it? Let's be honest.
I tried playing Dark Forces, the original like Star Wars Dark Forces first-person shooter game from like 1997.
Yeah,
it is. The game itself by default doesn't come with any remappable keys.
Oh right, yeah,
and it's not even got mouse look. Like a normal PC first-person shooter. So it's like it was the days before mouse look. So you're basically looking left, and it was like, this is unplayable.
Yeah,
because like even in those days, if you've got like a first-person shooter, it's WASD or the arrow keys to go forward, backward, left, and right. Everybody knows that, except no. Dark Forces were like 4 different keys completely that made no sense whatsoever. And I was like, really? And you can't remap the key? Oh wow, that's terrible. I don't know how I played it when I was younger. I just didn't know any better. But now it's like, I can't play that. It's unplayable.
Yeah, the games weren't as advanced though, were they, as they are now?
Well, it wasn't so much that. It was just that they hadn't, the things that we take as the normal standards now hadn't really been taken as normal. They were still trying to figure all that out, really. So,
I mean, I look at game graphics, you know, and I look at that and I just think, holy moly, you know, and that's an advance in just 20 years. What's it going to be like in another 20?
Oh, God knows. 20 years from now, we'll have full-on ray tracing in all games.
Yeah.
On consoles. On PCs, you can pretty much get that now at the very top end of the market of graphics cards, but it's just starting to be like, not quite full ray tracing, but large amounts of ray tracing in games.
Yeah.
So, and that's only on the latest big RTX cards and stuff like that. But so 20 years from now, you'll have like just by default on everything, full ray tracing.
The development is going to be epic, isn't it? You know, it's I still think it's such a niche market at the moment, gaming, and I think it's going to really evolve massively in the next 20 years again.
Well, it's funny you should say that because gaming is actually gaming outranks movies.
Yeah, it's become becoming even so much more mainstream now.
Yeah, it's not niche anymore, mate.
You know, I always thought it was nerds and neckbeards, you know.
I don't know.
Yeah, you know, but I freely admit, you know, my gaming experience is zero, but having spoke to a lot of people and obviously my boy, especially for my cognitive stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to come in handy. That's why I'm exploring it, because...
Yeah, for your cognitive and for your hand-eye coordination and stuff like that. Just to keep your game on. It's basically just to keep your hands in use, isn't it? Yeah,
exactly. And, you know, the more people I've been chatting to about it that look after me, the more they've all gone, actually, that's a really good thing. So, explore it because,
Well, it's like anything, isn't it? You know, if somebody's got like a mobility issue, they're told to just, you know, exercise their legs a lot and keep moving around, and they do this going swimming and things like that.
Whereas
with hands, it's either something like video games or you just do knitting or something that uses your hands a lot. It's like, well, why not just do video games?
Exactly. You know, when I'm next door in the lounge, I have a set of exercise pedals that I throw on the deck in front of my chair, and I just put my feet in there, Velcro them on the pedals, and pretty much just give it the beans. At least then my leg muscles are getting exercised whilst I'm sat without my body weight going through the legs and me collapsing. So
Mama Fox got one of those little sort of bikes that you sit in your chair and pedal things. Probably the same thing. You never used it, of course. But,
and it really is a godsend because I can now exercise the muscles in the legs, because I used to do a lot of hydrotherapy. But obviously since the world caught fire, I've not obviously been going out because of the COVID bubble. And that's what I was going to say. If you're watching, Wilma, Love and hugs, and get well soon, darling. My sister that had the liver transplant is currently battling the velociraptor.
Ooh, get well better soon, Wilma.
So I'm a bit concerned about her, to be honest with you, because like me, she has a very impaired immune system. So
Yeah.
if you're watching Wilms, get well soon, darling. And don't forget, you've got a list of numbers you ring if you need them.
Yeah.
Don't let me down.
That's the thing, even with the current variants and inoculations and stuff, a lot of people are getting mild symptoms, but people who've already got compromised immune systems, yeah, maybe not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
so
still, people think, oh, it's not bad now. It's everybody's got used to it. It's just a common cold. No, there are still people who can actually die from it.
This is it. I have been asked recently why I'm still in a COVID bubble.
Yeah.
But it's because of impaired immune system. It's MS related, and you know, something like COVID for people like myself and people with impaired immune systems like Mama Fox and that, it is a massive worry because it can cause a lot of damage. So,
I mean, the thing with Mama Fox is she's not got an impaired immune system, but she is like 1,000 years old.
yeah.
So for us, it's more just a case of, you know what, why don't we just keep doing the masks and isolating a little bit? Because you might get it and be fine, but then again, she's 83 and everything hurts when you're 83 and everything's a lot of effort. So why don't we just carry on doing it? Because it doesn't really matter. She doesn't mind wearing a mask when we go to the doctors and stuff.
Yeah, it's not doing any harm, is it?
No. And you know what? Most people are morons and don't understand what, you know, the problem. So
I did when I was last at the clinic. Oh, what are you wearing a mask for, mate? Oh, what the fuck's it got to do with you?
Yeah. None of your business. Second of all, none of your business.
I said to him, is your name Dr. Knowles? No, it ain't. I said, well, I haven't booked an appointment to come and see you, so fuck off.
Yeah.
And of course, H was like, calm down. I said, well, what's it got to do with him that I'm wearing a mask?
H was like, don't talk to the vicar like that.
Yeah. It's just like, why? You know, it's got nothing to do with him.
It's none of his business. Thank you very much, all the same. Sonny Jim, the lad, Billy Joe, Jim Bob.
And then I sit here and wonder why my wife doesn't like taking me out in public.
Yeah.
But, you know, like she said, no, you've got a valid point there, mate. And, yeah. She said, you could have put it a bit more subtle. I said, I thought I was.
Subtle? Why?
Yeah, I told him subtly to fuck off.
Somebody wants to be a spoon, then they get a spoon, they get the response that you give to a spoon.
There's just no need for it, is there? But Muse says games have better stories than the movies. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
a lot of times. Not always. Some of them are really crap, but yeah, a lot of the times you're not wrong.
Would I be right in saying that they're a lot?
I must go and deal with the elderly.
Yeah,
relative.
you go and deal with your mum, mate.
In a minute.
Would I be right in the chat saying that games are more immersive than movies? Would that be a statement that's correct? I mean, I'm a complete and utter novice when it comes to gaming, but I'm going to be taking it up because it'll help with my hand-eye coordination. And it's all fresh and new to me, so I'm not very experienced at the whole gaming thing, but from what I hear from people, it's certainly quite an immersive thing. So I'm just curious because I'm not familiar with the genre. I look forward to it. Getting tutelage off the guru as to games to look for and perhaps try and get on me Steam. So it's an ongoing process. Let's have a look at chat. Paul Lewis, belly chips homemade with HP sauce to dip. Oh, nice one. Bench 112 Model Factory Hero Ferrari 315S, a beverage. Okay, calling it, breaking out the Jack Daniels. Have one for me, mate, if you don't mind. I used to be a lovely fan of Jack Daniels, but with a lot of the meds I take, alcohol isn't recommended. So Edward says, yeah, Cole's hit the nail on the head. Oh, happy days, mate. Yeah. What else is going on in there? No other bellies and bench. Not a problem. Yeah, and Model Factory Hero. Yeah, that's one of those that is on the long-term agenda of the Festa. I shall be putting some spondulies to one side, and hopefully at some point I'll have enough to get myself one. So it's on the radar list of things to do. You know, we all have growl kits, don't we, that we want to try and have. My most recent purchase for that was the 22-inch Eagle Transporter. It's been on the growl list since year dot, and I saw it for a price that I just couldn't let go. It was just over £100 I paid for it, and I checked I gave up smoking and my Rossi Partworks finished one, and there was just enough in there to snag that bad boy. So that was my latest one, but that fund will be getting used for an MFH kit at some point. I just need to decide which one I'm going to try and look at. Marcy says, I've just had a cheesecake slice. Oh, love you. Was it nice, Marcy? Did you have cream round your chops? You did, didn't you?
Hello.
Back just for a little bit, he says.
Yep, just for a minute while Mama Fox is on the loo.
No worries, mate.
I have to turn one of my lights off now.
Just been reading the chat. Marcy says 3 more hours of this work crap. Oh, that's not on Marcy, is there?
No.
You'll be home soon, darling.
And then you know what? You get home, you can have food, potentially alcohol if you wish.
Yeah.
Chill time.
Right, so we're done with that.
What video games is everyone playing then?
Yeah, well, that's a good one, mate. We can add that to the video game of the week thing, can't we?
I do that on my game streams, but I say gaming grub. But, you know, what? Because we don't, different people come to these streams than my game streams, you see.
Absolutely. Go for it, mate.
What games are you playing right now?
Well, you'll be pleased to know that I did a little tester of the Grim earlier on.
Oh.
So, so fingers crossed.
Do you want to cross them fingers, folks? Yeah. My games at the moment of choice are Cyberpunk 2077 for myself when I'm playing. When I'm just playing by myself, you know, not for streaming. And that's it, actually. That's all I'm playing. Oh, and I started playing Borderlands again the other day, the original Borderlands.
Oh, right, yeah.
I was talking to Chris about getting back into doing our Tuesday gaming stream. And we're like, well, it's either going to be Destiny, Halo, or Borderlands. He's like, well, I'm not really feeling Borderlands. Okay. So I'm thinking, you know what? I could play some Borderlands. That's a game me and you can play one day when you've got an Xbox.
Yeah, it's on the list.
Yeah. So, so I got Borderlands. I was like, yeah.
Is it wrong that I've got it in the wish list on Amazon already?
No. What, S or X?
The top line one. What's that?
Good lad. EX. Good lad.
Yeah. Because I asked you and you went, oh, go for this one. So I was like, if he's recommending that one, that's the one I'll add to the list.
You can go for the S, it's half the price. And it's still a stonking good console. But it's only 1440p and it's, you know, not got any, it's only got a small hard drive and no disk drive in it. So
yeah, it's going to be restrictive then is the word. And we don't want that, do we?
I mean, I've got both, but I only got a Series S because I do streaming and...
Look at you with your I've got bothness.
Well, no, it's called I've also got a massive Argos bill. But the only reason I got both was that I had the X, but when I do streaming, it was either I have to have the Xbox Series X plugged into my Elgato capture card for streaming, or in the back of the TV.
Yeah.
So what I had to do was swap the cables around all the time, and I'm constantly taking cables in and out of the back of the Series X. And I thought, if I break this USB socket,
you're clagged.
The whole console. Yeah, so I thought it's going to be better for me long term if I just get a Series S. It's half the price. I'm just going to use it just for streaming. And then I'm only streaming at 1440p, then I don't need it to be 4K.
So question of the night then. Does that mean that I will need to get a Elgato capture card as well, Fox?
No. If
we're doing dual streaming, obviously I'm going to be able to have to capture it, aren't I?
If you're gaming from a console, then yes, you would need some kind of capture card.
Okay.
If you're gaming from the PC, you don't need to, so I won't worry about that just yet.
Yeah.
But even a capture card's a good couple of £100 at least. So
yeah, obviously for when we do our co-op stuff, for me to be able to do that, I would need that. It's just I'm trying to obviously budget for everything I'm going to need, rather than get surprised at the last minute.
Hang on, I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, you go off, mate. I'm just thinking out loud. So yeah. But yeah, the Grim Fandango stuff will be getting streamed way before the other stuff because I'm ready to go on that now. So I'll just set up the template and hopefully every time I've planned to do this, the carcass has let me down. So hopefully we can get something sorted out. It's just real life's been kicking recently. So fingers crossed we can actually get somewhere with it. Just try and get a bit of rust on there. Hopefully this is staying on shot. I do apologise if I have gone off shot at any time. Let's try and get the camera in so you can see what I'm up to. I'm literally just doing the rust around the edges of the panels there, folks. So I'm using a bit of Rhinox hide now just to go over the lighter red that I've put on the panels, just so that the rust starts coming through and it leaves the highlight colour. So that's what we're playing at. It's a really long, slow, laborious process, I'm afraid. But the results hopefully will be worthwhile. So I will put some pictures up later so that you can zoom in and have a looky-loo if you're not quite seeing it on shot. But I am desperately trying my best to keep on shot for you all. But we don't always manage it as we should. So apologies if that's the case. And I thought, well, if I just do the red panels tonight, I know then I'm making progress. But yeah, and obviously I'm doing the same inside as well with panels. As you can see, the rust effect has started in there. Let's just try and get something in shot so that it focuses again.
Hello, back again.
There you go.
Ooh, look at that chasm, gaping hole.
So yeah, I'm just doing some rust in there and then doing the rust on these as well, as you can see. So that's what I'm up to, folks. So if I am going off shot, apologies, but it is quite close up work and it is a challenge just to get into the model without yeah.
With a model this big, whatever you see on screen, you get what you're given.
Yeah, I mean, to zoom right out, that's the bench, and obviously the model is taking up a hell of a lot of it.
Yeah.
So
anyway, what was I talking about before we went off? We were talking about...
he was talking about gaming, Elgato, is it? Capture cards. Marcy's off. She's got to go back later to work, she says. See you later, Marcy. Take care.
Bye, Muse. Big hugs.
Yeah. Love you, Muse. Missing you already.
Oh, big.
Yeah, carry on, mate.
Yeah, if you're on console, then if you want to record, if you want to stream game playing, either solo or anything like that, you do need a capture card.
Okay,
there is an Xbox app you can use on PC, but it's not very good.
Yeah, it's a bit gash.
And a capture card means you can, if you want to, you can, if you're streaming just by yourself, you can stream in 4K, or if you're streaming with other people, you can stream in 4K because you've got a Series X.
Yeah.
It doesn't do HDR. Well, the one I've got doesn't do HDR, but by the time you get yours, there may be one that does HDR.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. But yeah, I've got the HD 60 Plus S, I think, which is like, goes up to 4K and 60 up to 60 FPS. But yeah, you'll need a capture card.
All right, mate. Because it's all stuff I'll add to the shopping list, see? So.
But you've got enough to be going on with your PC for now.
I know, mate, but you know what I'm doing. I'm just
I
forward
know.
planning, mate.
Aye. The advantage you've got, you see, with doing it on PC is you're just streaming from the device you're playing the game on. It's perfect.
Yeah.
You don't need all extra hardware.
No, it's just obviously if the cave moves into new premises, it's yeah.
Well, it's like we've said before. If if your man cave moves into the other room, then you cannot. Then you don't want to be sat at the bench all the time. So, but you might want to chill out and play some games. That's where you've got the console set up with the big telly on it.
Yeah, that's it. The console and the big telly will be on its own,
on a comfy chair,
on its own rig with its own massage chair and all of that lot, so I can sit and comfortably play. And the bench will be a separate entity then.
Yeah, but at least then you've got your gaming setup there, but then just over to the side you've got your PC where you can sort the streaming bit out if you're doing streaming and stuff.
Yeah.
Like for me to go from gaming to PC is literally I just turn 90 degrees because my PC's here and then my console's over there. So
yeah, I've
literally got workbench, PC, Xbox, and TV. So
yeah,
I've got like a little control center here, which is cool. So yeah, but that's the advantage, you see. Oh, I've got sniffles. Sniffles.
You got the sniffles.
Yeah. But then that means it's your little man cave then, and you're not spending all day at the PC doing filming and stuff, and then to relax playing the game by sitting all day at the PC. It's not going to do any favours at all, is it?
No. No, it's a case of wanting to segregate the two as best as I can, to be honest.
Yeah. People say to me, why don't I just game on PC? And it's like, well, my PC is not powerful enough for proper gaming anyway. But at the end of the day, I spend all day on the computer. When I want to play a game, it's to get away from doing everything else.
Yeah.
It's my escape. So that's why I'd rather play on console.
It's your downtime.
Yeah. Also, if I get a game for console, you put the game in and you play it, and there you go. You don't have to mess around with setup and compatibilities and upgrading it every 5 minutes. Yeah. But it's because I spend all day on a computer. So, yes.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just nice to have that little change of environment, isn't it? Yeah.
A little change of setting, and it just, if I'm having a bad day at the bench or I can't get the mojo going, I just turn around 180 degrees and I'm in a completely different world doing a different thing.
Yeah.
Or 90 degrees if I was on the computer. It's all psychological, you see.
Yes, it is.
Psychological.
All you're doing is tricking the brain. It's a bit like me with my walk around the conservatory and up the garden before I come to the cave, because it's me going to work.
That's your commute, yeah.
That's my commute to work, and then I reverse that process when I'm done for the day. And then I go next door, I have my dinner and everything, because I've come home from work, and it gives you a purpose to get up for. You're the same, as you know, when you're locked up in home.
Yeah.
You're housebound. Silly little processes like that take the cabin fever out of it, because it gives you a sense of purpose to get up. Because if you've got no motivation or purpose, getting yourself out of bed each day is an absolute task in itself, If
there's no consequence if you don't do it, then you're not going to do it.
Absolutely. So that's where I hit on that little commute idea. And it's funny, one of my physios was asking me and was chatting about, well, you're housebound, how do you do your exercise? And dare I say it, how do you keep yourself sane? Because you must be climbing the walls. And I told them about the commute to work, and it was, what a bloody good idea. We steal that and recommend that to some of our patients.
So the advantage we have as humans is that whilst in many ways we are exceptionally intelligent, we are potentially one of the most intelligent creature on this planet.
Yeah. We
have very great intelligence in many ways. Bizarrely, though, this is juxtaposed with the fact that despite the fact we have great intelligence, our brains by themselves are actually dumb as fuck.
Yes.
Our brains are incredibly thick. So although we can have great conscious intelligence, it's very easy to trick our own brain into, like you say, it's commute to work. There you go. My brain's like, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Our brains can be both very smart and stupid at the same time.
But it gives you a sense of purpose. Now, as you know, I've been out of the loop this week. So I just told my brain I'm having a week's holiday.
Yeah.
So that my own brain wasn't going, beat you again. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That's the thing. Our brains are so easily led.
So, yeah, sorry, go on.
No, go on.
So, you know, that's what worked for me, because otherwise, when things do go Pete Tong, you are going to struggle mentally. And that's just my way of coping with the days that the carcass gets the better.
Yeah. See, this whole thing with the brain not being very good is it's part of the reason when you really look into it and study the science of it, you realize that, like, things that we take for granted as good are actually not. Like, for example, you would think that first-hand witness testimony of an event would be the best sort of testimony you could get.
Yeah.
Like, what happened? Well, we'll speak to this person who was there. You think, well, that's the best evidence you can have.
Yeah.
No, it's actually the worst evidence.
Yeah.
There's a fascinating tale, talking about the brain, and I can't remember the woman's name, but she was a witness to the Kennedy assassination.
Oh, right, yeah. I think I know where you're going with this one, yeah.
Yeah, it was a woman, I can't remember her name. And at the time, she didn't really see much, and she said, yeah, I didn't see much. It was very scary and blah, whatever. And she was on like the Johnny Carson show, and she just said, I didn't see much. It was all scary and everything. But then gradually over time, she did interviews and told the story to various people. The story started to change.
Yeah.
So that by like 30 years later, when she's recounting her experience, she's now chasing the gunman down the road, or she's running for her life and chasing after someone.
Yeah.
And it's like none of these things happened in her original testimony.
Yeah.
And it wasn't deliberate. She wasn't making it up. It's the weakness of the human memory.
Yeah.
That something that you can accept that happens to you, and you will swear. You can swear blind that what you remember is fact, when in reality you can't trust it at all.
No.
And it's well known in neurology that most of your memories that you think are real either aren't real at all, or you're actually horribly misremembering them, and they're not actually. They've been convoluted over time with other things.
Well, we did this when I was at uni, where there was a story that was told, and then, of course, as it goes around the university, everyone adds their own little embellishment to it. So by the time the story's recounted to you, it's completely changed.
Yep.
It's like you can have 6 people that witness a car accident, and every single one would have seen something completely different.
Yep. It's weird to think, though, that like the 2 least accurate forms of evidence are your memory and your eyesight.
Yes.
You can't trust what you see, and you can't trust what you remember. You just can't. It's pointless. Okay, it's cleaning up.
How are you getting on, mate?
I'm just picking at little things and trying not to panic over excessively. I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Because there's so much to do. And
you're at the stage I was at a couple of weeks ago where I kept looking at the big picture of the model and was overthinking it, whereas now I've gone down the road of I am doing only red panels tonight.
Yeah.
And it's kind of helped me take that fear. I wouldn't say fear, but you know what I mean.
It's like being, like we said before, it's like being a rabbit in the headlights. It's just too much. It's overwhelming in a lot of ways.
Yeah, that's it. And I thought, well, sod it. I've got to try that approach. And tonight, it's actually worked well for me. Because I'm not sitting there going, I've got a shit ton of work to do. I'm sitting there going, oh, yeah, that's coming along all right.
I've got a shit ton of work to do and I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
Do.
So let's try and get a better shot of what I'm currently doing. There you go.
Yeah, that's a game that me and you can play co-op when you get a console.
What's that? Borderlands?
Yeah, Borderlands. The first Borderlands is great. The second Borderlands, some people think it's better. I think the first one was better, and the third Borderlands
it was a bit crummy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I never finished the third Borderlands because I just got bored. Not good.
You got bored with Borderlands?
But yeah, see what you did there. But the original Borderlands, chef kiss. It's a great game.
Really?
Yep.
I've got all of this to look forward to, haven't I?
Yeah. There's a character in First Borderlands. There's a character called Scooter.
Yeah.
Who's a mechanic, and he has these things where you walk up to this console in the middle of, might be like a post sticking up, and it'll be where you press some buttons and you get a vehicle.
Yeah.
He calls it catch a ride. And you walk up to it, and like every time you walk up to a vending machine, it says something from like the seller, like the guy that sells weapons or the guy that does cars and stuff.
Yeah.
So every time you walk up to one of his catch a ride terminals, it says something, and some of the stuff he says is hilarious. But it's like one of his like, "This is where the cars live. Get you on." Scooter's great characters. Making a movie.
Another little rusted panel there. See that? Look at that. Can you see that on your screen now?
Which one are we looking at?
The red one.
Ooh, I like the rusty around the edge. You've been learning from that bloke that was showing you chipping, haven't you?
I have. Could you see that now this week then, mate?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
What was your highlight colour? The pink colour?
I'll soon let you know. I've just got to turn around. It was Wild Rider Red.
Wow, that's quite good. I wouldn't have thought that was bright enough to stand out as a highlight, but it's done nicely on that. Cool.
At risk of you falling over,
go on.
I thought that would be subtle.
Well, it is subtle, but it's not so subtle that even I can see it on the webcam.
Hold up, sold that with both hands because I'm Yeah,
that's the bit that where I did my accidental checkers.
Yeah,
that was supposed to be warning stripes and came out like checkers. At the moment, I'm just doing little fiddly bits. I've painted.
Yeah,
I've done the base colours for this glyph on the back here.
Do you want me to I'll bung your full screen, mate. You sure?
I don't know if I'm full screen or not, do I? So
I will bung you full screen. There you go.
I can't move it into zoom in, but I've painted that little glyph on there.
Yeah.
I've just done base colour, so I mean I've left the red nice and patchy because there's like 3 coats of it, but some of it you can see the rust, and there's like some of it you only see 2 coats. It looks like a faded bit. I've done the colours for that one.
Yeah, if you lower it down just a tad, mate. There you go. Yeah.
They're all going to look. They all look a bit roughly painted at the minute, but they're going to be covered in washes and stuff anyway to hide the edges. I've started putting null oil on my small weapons.
Yeah.
And up there. Still
been oiling your weapon.
Yeah, making them all good metally. I see what you did there. I've not decided what I'm going to do with this tube yet. I'm still not figured that one out. And on the head, all I've done is do some.
Why don't you
lead belts and touch-ups and stuff
with that tube?
Yeah.
You bung it on the screen again, mate.
See, it's got little triangles at the bottom, hasn't it?
Why don't you do your dry brush blue? Chip round it, obviously like you've done your panels.
Yeah.
And then if you spin it around between where you've got that seam that goes down the thing, yeah, the other side of that, between that and the chimneys, why don't you do a blue on blue faded checker?
Well, I think it'd be easier to do the blue on blue checker on the front because getting around the back there.
Yeah, whichever way, but it might just give it a little bit of, and then obviously keep the other side as rusty as shite then, so you got almost like different transitions across it. Yeah. Steve says he's getting fed up with his editing. He's had to restart the PC twice now. Yeah, autosave, mate.
Duh.
Yeah, too much resource there, Steve, by the sound of that, buddy.
Resource.
Yeah, it's looking mint, mate.
If I didn't do it blue, though, because I was just debating whether to do it with something else, but...
What other colour choices have you got with that faction? Or can you do one blue, one faded white, like you've done on your missile there? Well, there you've got your blue and white checkers. Why don't you just have one panel then with really aged faded white?
Could do. I've still got these triangles at the bottom that I have to paint in a different colour. I'll have to think on that.
All right,
I like the idea of the blue on blue checkers.
Yeah,
that's quite nice.
This looks mint, mate.
I know what I do need to do.
Yeah,
I'll do that now while I remember. I need to fade these checkers a bit. These blue and white checkers.
Yeah,
and I will do that by dry brushing the white over them to make them fade.
Yeah, nice. It's looking mint.
This will either look great or it'll completely screw it up.
Yeah, but it's all. It don't matter.
Yeah, when it comes to my paint jobs, they are literally digital, either 1 or 0. There's no analog part, but it's 1 or 0. Yeah, right. So
Yeah,
let's just get a piece of tissue for the dry brushing.
absolutely.
Dry brushing across the universe. Kashi stealing everything because it belongs to Kashi. Right. So let's give this a whirl. This can go one of 2 ways.
Try not to keep knocking it, mate. Apologies for knocking my camera, folks.
What are you editing in, Steve? What's your editing software of choice?
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah. Bluey! Right. You'll like Bluey. You really will like Bluey, trust me.
Listen. I know what it'll be. Have you watched it yet? Have you watched it? Why haven't you?
Yeah.
Why haven't you? Why haven't you? Tell me why.
Yeah. Now, this might not work, but this is the way my brain is thinking it's best to... I remember brains are both very intelligent and very stupid, so it can go one of 2 ways. I'm going to dry brush to get this blue and white checker to be more faded, the blue checker to be faded.
Yeah.
I'm going to dry brush the white over it using little circle motions very, very lightly, hardly even touching the paint. I'm going to start dry brushing in little patches, not evenly, like at one bit I'll do a lot more than another. It just basically makes I'm using the same color that I use for the white.
Yeah.
It just basically makes that blue fade away a little bit. So in some areas it'll just disappear. It's almost as like the blue paint's been painted on top of the white, but then it's peeled away to show the white underneath. But it's more rubbed than chipped. So it worked well on the... I might need a bigger brush. I don't know, actually. On the back of my hand to smooth it all out. I'll do more down towards the bottom. I always like to focus towards the bottom. You know that.
Us. That would be an ecumenical matter.
That would be an ecumenical matter.
Let's try rust that without pulling the model over.
I must improve my bust. Where that just came from.
I worry about you. But yeah, this bloke that's been teaching me chipping actually quite knows his stuff, to be honest with you.
Does he?
Yeah, I'll have to introduce you to him, mate.
Yeah, you need to let me know who he is so I can eliminate him and have no competition. I don't have people knowing what they're doing around me. That's not how this thing works.
Yeah, no. But surely for you, it must be satisfying that you've imparted knowledge and you're seeing that someone's actually taking it in and actually applying it.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense.
It's nice to see someone figuring out how to do something that I take for granted as how to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm good at it. I'm not saying I'm good at anything I do, but I know how to do it in a way that I like. So it works for me.
Well, it's like I said to you before, it's a different technique. And for me, I want to try and learn as many different techniques. And then you can apply a bit of everything then, can't you? And develop your own, and that's what it's been all about, isn't it? And
yeah, that's exactly what it's all about.
It works at the end of the day.
Yeah. But it's fun to watch. Like I say, something that because the thing is, all the stuff I'm doing, I've had to figure it all out myself because, this is all stuff that I either figured out myself in the old days before the internet, before I did all this, when I was just a child, or it's stuff that I've kind of figured out as I've gone along doing this model making guru nonsense. And whether it's right or wrong and whether it's the same as other people do, I've no idea. I'm sure I probably picked up some other people doing stuff and been influenced by that.
Yeah, but the beauty of this, Fox, is it survives the 2-foot test.
Yeah.
And that's the key, isn't it? Because, this will sit on a shelf over there and it's going to look proportionate.
Do you think we'd survive the 2-foot test?
No.
Am I not? I don't think I'm that realistic, to be perfectly honest.
No.
I don't think I'm realistic from any distance.
But no, it's a good technique, you know, and I kept busting your balls all the time saying, how did you do that? How did you do that? How did you do that? Tell us, because I go from the opposite end. I would spend hours with an airbrush doing it that way, whereas you're doing it with brushes, and I didn't have that confidence in myself to be able to do that type of detailed brush work. Not by hand, especially now. Maybe 20 years ago,
It's one of those things where it's not necessarily as neat and tidy as airbrushing, and it does give you a bit of a textured finish, but at the same time, it looks all right.
Yeah.
Like on this thing, it looks great because it's like worn, faded paint that's just, some places it's got a nice edge to it, some places it's a soft transition, so it's like rubbed and chipped at the same time. It's a bit of both.
You're a rub chip.
Well, there you go. And it's like with chipping, there's different ways of doing it. You know, you can do 2 colors, 3 colors, you can do lines, highlight and low light. You can do like me, where you do it the outers and the centers, that kind of thing. It depends how you want to do it. There's a million ways. No right or wrong, but the way I do it, just I hope looks a bit different from the way other people tend to do it.
It's not going to work, Cole, so you're going to have to hold that. Okay. It's
holding now, sir.
Yeah, it's just trying to So I want to get in there and do that other door, but the angle of the dangle ain't doing it for me, so I will I will have to hold the model with my other hand, which is going to be interesting.
With your third hand.
Pardon me.
What you having to do?
I want to paint. Yeah, just give us a sec. I want to paint the chipping around the inside of that, but I don't want it to fall over and break whilst I'm doing it. So I am using various. There you go. Various things to prop it up.
I was going to say, it's all about props and wedges at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, but I'm also mindful of, trying to keep it so people can actually see what I'm doing. So
I think with this particular build, I've kind of given up the idea of making sure it's always pointing to camera so people can see what I'm doing, because it's just you can't. This thing's so big. So I do apologise to people, but I'm putting the actual painting first and foremost. And if it's off, if it's like I'm facing away from the camera, I'm sure you understand. There's not a lot I can do about it because it's just a dirty, great big thing.
It is a challenge.
Yeah. And it's so big with little bits that you either have the camera far too far away and you can't see what I'm doing on the head, or it's far too close and you can't see what I'm doing on the body. So I think folks realise that. I think we're good. Oh, I've got bandworms. Sorry.
Oh dear.
That's a bluey line.
Let's try and grip that hand a bit better. Improvise, adapt, and overcome. Yeah.
Hi. So you can see the kind of effect I'm getting now. I'm getting this kind of faded, chippity look, which is better than just that.
Yeah.
So it looks a bit weird now, but once I've got like shade on there and streaking grime and other things like round all the bolts and nuts, it'll look a little less forced.
Yeah.
Bit more natural.
Au natural.
It looks nice. It looked nice on the jaw where I had like just big chunks of blue, like on the jaw.
Yeah,
it looked quite good with the big chunks of blue because you can really fade them out. But on this, for little tiny squares, it's a bit more difficult to make them look naturally faded. But once you've got rust and everything else on there, they'll look quite nice. I hope, anyway. The standard I always set for myself is: does it look like rusty metal, or something on metal, or does it just look like paint plastic?
Yeah, it's not always easy to get it right, but we do. Yeah, we do try.
Yeah,
it's one of those when you're painting, you know what you're trying to do. You know the effect you're trying to get.
Yeah.
All we're doing is mimicking stuff that you would see in real life.
Yeah, basically.
Tricking the eye, isn't it?
It's how realistic you want to be. We've all got the idea in our head of what we're actually trying to produce, and the trick is manipulating the brush and the paint to come up with that. But the other trick as well is if someone's trying to start out and learn, is not to get discouraged when what you're doing looks nothing like what you had in your head.
Yeah.
Because it's not necessarily a bad thing. You know, what you have in your head is, wouldn't it be great if it looks like this? But it might be that you can't do that with whatever you've got, or it might be that you come up with something even better that you hadn't even thought of. So very important that you don't feel married to the thing that's in your head. You take it as a starting point, as a jumping off point, and you go from there. Now, it may come out looking exactly like you imagine, which goes fine, but if it doesn't, there'll be other reasons it looks awesome. Don't sweat.
You can't always get it 100% right.
No, unless you imagined it just being painted one colour.
Yeah.
Ice cream parlour, one flavour. So, yeah.
What's that? Paul Lewis says, I thought you were planning to put lights in your stomper. That may well be the case, mate. I was going to put a warm LED in there, which is a very simple process at the end of the day. Yeah.
So was I disagreeing with that?
Yeah. No, it's just a little warm LED that will sit up there on its own little magnetised board. Yeah, I just want to get it painted first. Yeah, the actual installation isn't difficult because I've still got a piece of styrene up there that was glued in earlier.
Styrene.
For it to magnetise on it, only needs to be a single warm LED. Just to let you see what's actually going on inside. So.
You know what's a really great feeling is when you walk, you're somewhere out and about in public and you see someone with a hand like that with paint on it.
Yeah.
And you look at them and you think, I know what you are.
Yeah.
I was in the shops a couple of weeks ago and I had paint on the back of my hand. I was buying something at the counter and the guy was like, "You paint minis?" I went, "Yeah."
Yeah.
Nice one. gave each other this little knowing look. You paint minis, don't you? Yeah.
Yeah. Busted. Yeah.
And I sat there and thought to myself, damn, I need business cards.
Yeah, I'm surprised you missed an opportunity there to pimp yourself, mate. You're losing your knack.
No, I don't pimp myself.
Not as bad as me giving out Festa stickers when I was in having the operation.
Well, yeah, nothing wrong with that. That's perfect.
Someone did say, why don't you stick one of them above the bed on the light? So I did.
You're like, okay. Done.
Yeah. So the next person that came in, the first thing they would have seen when they looked up would have been a Festa 67's workshop sticker staring down at them.
See, we did the opposite with Mama Fox in hospital. We actually came back with stuff from the hospital.
Yeah.
We came back with the little magnets, the one that shows a leaf, a red leaf.
Yeah.
And the one that says nil by mouth. These like big plastic discs that they put on the notice board in the room.
Yeah.
Mama Fox was like, "Go on, nick them, go on." I'm like, "Can't nick." She's, "Go on, nick them." I'm like, "All right." Can't refuse my mum.
Yeah, if in doubt, acquire it.
Yeah, we were both very confused by the one that's just got a picture of a maple leaf on it. We were trying to figure it out. In the end, we just said to one of the nurses, "Can I ask you a question?" Yes. I get this nil by mouth one. That's fairly obvious. What's this one with the red leaf on it? What's that one? Because it's the things that you put on the notice board so that when nurses come in, they know what kind of patient they're dealing with.
Yeah.
I said, "What's this one with the red leaf?" And she went, "It means you're prone to falls."
Oh.
I said, "What do you mean?" She went, It's a red leaf. It's autumn. It's fall."
Yeah,
I'm
it's
like,
falling.
Fall. Right, I get you now.
Yeah, so the patient doesn't feel embarrassed that you've put something like that up because they're not going to associate it, are they?
Yeah. Well, no, it was the negative. It was the reverse effect for me because we were like, "What is that thing?" We just think about it. What does it mean? What is it? I was like, "Oh, that's quite clever. Then it's fall because it's an autumn leaf."
Yeah.
See? Except we're not American and it's autumn.
Yeah.
Patient is prone to autumn. Ooh, I've got to do them ones yet. Have you watched Bluey yet?
No, I haven't. There you go. Another chip that's successfully achieved.
Show me.
Yeah, can I just clean my brush out first, dear?
No, not allowed. My satisfaction is more important.
You will tell me off for not cleaning my brushes immediately, so... Let's just go full screen because we can. like so. That one there.
Ooh.
Can you see that?
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
You're going to be doing a lot of chipping, aren't you?
You like that then, yeah? Am I doing
I like
good?
that one. You're going to be doing a lot of chipping, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I take it you can see that crystal clear, Fox, because normally I am in about 8-bit, aren't I, at your end?
It's still a bit pixely, but it's not as bad as it used to be.
Yeah.
It was a little bit pixely for me.
Yeah.
It's clear as day for the folks at home, but it's pixely.
Yeah, that's the next thing. We need to. I might have acquired a graphics card for you. A friend of mine's doing a new build, and he's going to have some spares.
Well,
but then there's sending you a graphics card and you actually getting it in your bloody computer.
Yeah, I can get my mate Martin to come round and sort that for me. I'll bribe him with noodles, and he'll come round.
I think it'll help you massively, to be honest with you.
Okay, well, let me know what kind of monies you want.
So we'll get that. We'll get that added to the ever-growing collection of Fox goodies.
Ever-growing collection of things for me. Yes, yeah. Let me know. Let me know. Give me a number of monies, and I'll send you a number of monies.
Yeah.
Have you watched Bluey yet?
No, I haven't, mate. I've let you down, didn't I?
It's so rubbish.
Yeah. I will do it this evening. I will make a point as soon as I sit down with my plate of dinners.
Ooh.
I will put on Bluey and take. This is what I promised him last night, folks.
Yep.
I'll take a picture of it on the telly for you.
Yes. They're only 7 minutes each.
Yeah. So I will sit and watch an episode tonight.
I promise you now, you will fall in love with it. You will. You will absolutely adore it. Every single character is just absolutely adorable. You can't not like any of them.
Are they as adorable as Kira and Reese?
Oh, you won't even be thinking about it, like Kira. Trust me on that. You'll be in a whole different world of happiness.
Kira.
A different kind of happiness. A more savoury kind of happiness.
It's them nose ridges, mate.
It's not. It's yeah. Of all the other things you could have focused on, it was the nose ridges, was it? When she's in that leather catsuit. Yes,
that would be an ecumenical matter.
Is that what you tell H? It's the nose ridges, love. It's not anything else.
She just says that I need to get out more.
Yeah.
When she turned around and went, "What on earth do you see in that?" I went, "That? Dare you defame Kira like that?"
Yeah.
I thought that in my head because I was too scared to say it out loud because I knew I would have been, yeah.
Kira was actually in a recent episode of Lower Decks.
I know, you sent me a screenshot. Yeah,
the animated version, and it was a good. It wasn't exactly the best likeness, but it looked like Kira. But the weird, jarring thing was, of course, Nana Visitor's now in her 60s.
I still would.
No, it's not so much that, but it was basically in the episode there was her. And there was, who was in it? There was her and there was only two characters, her and Quark.
Yeah.
Were in it. The original characters were in it. And they both Quark didn't really look like Quark much, but they both looked good, but they sounded 20 years older. And it was really, Quark just didn't sound like Quark at all. It sounded like a little old man. It was really weird.
Really?
Oh. It was only when he shouted that he got the Quark voice coming out. And Nana Visitor sounded old. It's like, oh, it's weird. They've got old people voices now. And it's, oh. It'd be really hard to bring the series back now because they're all 20 years older.
Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
You'd be like, careful on them steps, love.
I would. I'd be going, yeah. They're no longer prosthetic nose wrinkles. They're her own. And it's like, oh.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to see her in a catsuit now, I don't think.
No.
Well, you would, but it wouldn't be quite as...
Yeah, I'm going to hold on to the image I have of the intendant Kira catsuit.
Yeah.
That's a good gift, that is. That's saved to its own Kira folder on the phone, that is.
Oh, you damn straight it is.
I said that out loud, didn't I?
You did. It's in a special folder called Accounts. Come on, we've all got one.
How did you know that?
We've all got one. So this one here, where I've got the yellow glyph. What colour should I paint the head? I've got white teeth on a blue and a white head on a red.
Let's full screen you, mate.
No, it's only little. You don't have to worry about that. I'm just thinking what colour to do the skull. I know there's probably specific colours for these things, but I'm probably breaking all the law, but I don't really care. Let's go through the colours.
Paul Lewis says the chat's gone very quiet. I think everyone's fallen asleep. A lot of people have gone to bed, mate.
We haven't heard from Steve yet as to what software he's using, so I think he's probably broke his PC.
Yeah. What colour to do the skull? Black always goes well with yellow, doesn't it?
Ooh. Yeah. Or, well, yeah, I could do it Corvus black, and then that gives me room to darken it down a bit more.
Darken it down with a bit of, yeah.
Yeah, nice one. Good choice. Well done, Girl Wonder.
Did I do good?
Yeah. I've managed to somehow secure a base brush, the medium base brush, you know, the teardrop shaped one, that's actually kept a point, and I'm actually painting edges with it. I can't normally do that. I normally suck, but sometimes you just get a brush that holds its shape, a Citadel brush, and you're able to quite happily paint edges with a big fat brush. Because remember, the trick with brush painting is always to use a slightly bigger brush than you think you need.
Apologies if I go slightly quiet. It's just I'm in the throes of standing up. Steve's answers Pinnacle.
Oh, I don't know Pinnacle.
Very resource hungry, mate.
I don't know Pinnacle. You know Pinnacle, don't you?
I do, yes. I currently use Adobe, but I'm migrating everything to DaVinci Resolve.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my old man noisy.
I'm still using Mivave, and it's not the most advanced in the world, but I know how to work it, and it does exactly what I need. I don't need too many fancy special effects.
No.
The only special effect I really want, I mean, I've got various filters like, you know, grain and film grain and wobble and things like that, but the only filter I actually really, really want, the only tool I want, is the thing where you can make it... Oh, hello. Have you turned the speaker or something?
No, I'll just move my chair so I can get up, and I've pulled me headphones out. It's a minute, mate.
No worries. I shall let you finish that. Fix that. Not before we're over now.
There you go.
Lovely.
Yeah, you panicked whilst I'm trying to use a walking stick, move a chair, and plug my microphone in, or my headphones.
I wasn't panicking. I just said, what's that? What was I saying? The only feature I really want that I've not got is where you can have like a word or a caption or something.
Yeah.
And it attaches to something on the screen, and then as that thing moves around, the caption goes with it.
Yeah, I use After Effects for that effect.
Yeah, After Effects. I've done such
There
things.
you go. We are up,
Not
right?
Not something I really need, but sometimes I think, oh, I wish I could do that.
Yeah. Okay, what colour shall I do?
What are you doing?
Well, standing up because I've got feet like an elephant.
Paint-wise, what are you doing?
Yeah, I've done some on the red. I'm just thinking of what colour to go for next. Let's try and put that under there.
You're doing your chips, aren't you?
I am.
If you want to have a real fun time doing chips and you want to feel good about them, go for yellow, because chips look great on yellow.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking, because there are a lot of yellow panels that aren't chipped yet. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I'll do yellow next.
What do you think you're going to use for your highlight colour, do you think? Your highlight chip?
Hold up. Let's turn around, because I've got my door open at the moment because it's warm in here.
Yeah.
You can give us a minute.
Yeah.
It'll probably be something like your real yellow or something like that.
Yeah. If you want a really light highlight, I'd recommend Dawn Yellow if you've got it.
Yeah, I've got Dawn Yellow. So I was just trying to think of the colour without letting go of the bench, and because I've got the door open, it's too far away from me at the moment.
Yeah.
Give us a minute, mate, and let me sit back down when I'm ready, and I'll tell you. But it'll probably be Dawn Yellow. I've got your real Dawn Yellow. I know the one where it is in the paint rack, put it that way.
Lovely. I mean, you've got your paint rack all organised in order and everything.
Oh, yeah, I have actually. I'm really that sad.
That's not sad. I'm jealous of that. Mine's just drawers with
Well,
random piles of
I
roughly aligned
updated it
colours.
all when I got all the contrast paints, didn't I? Because I had to print loads more cubicles to put the paint in. And
Cubicles, I like that word.
so I decided to empty the whole lot out and sort everything. So I start with, say, for instance, the darkest yellow, and then it works its way along to the lightest yellow.
So jealous. I'd love to be able to do that.
Yeah, I was going to do it in alphabetical order, but you would have ended up mixed colours everywhere, and
that would require you to remember the names of all the paints, which is not ideal.
Yeah, so I look at the paint on the rack, and I'll have, like, say, the darkest blue going all the way down to the lightest variant. So if I, like you said with the chips, I just spin round and I go to the right-hand side because that's the lightest yellow.
That makes sense. I'm very jealous.
Does that make sense? I can't show you at the moment because
no, it makes perfect sense.
I've got the door open because I had to move my chair back because I'm stood up, mate.
No, that's how they do it on the actual racks in the shop for Citadel Paints. It's all in.
And it works for me because I can literally go, well, that's the dark yellow I used as the base. Then there's different shades that you can apply to lighten it up. But then when it comes to chipping, the pot on the far right is always the lightest, and that's the base colour for the chip.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
You're impressed, aren't you?
I mean,
because this time last year I had about 3 bottles of paint, didn't I?
No, I mean, I've got my little drawers, but they're just like, I've got drawers with, like, say, reds and blues in.
You keep your drawers to yourself, dear.
Steady now. I've tried to put them in order, but then they just end up all getting out of order. But
yeah, right.
But if I had the money, I would love nothing more than to phone up Games Workshop and say, send me
the retail rack
of paints. Yeah, the retail rack that you have in your shops with all the paints in it. I need it.
Right,
because it's the perfect way to organise the paints then. Maybe I should have a chat with James, mate, at E-Models and just see if get him to find out how much those things actually cost. Probably about 4 or 5 grand, I would imagine.
Yeah, James, can you order this but not tell Pete that it's for me?
Yeah, can you order it and then lose it?
James will go, okay. Right, let's show you my rack of sortedness. I've sat back down. There you go.
Let me put my brush down.
I'll just full screen.
Look at that. Oh,
yeah. So as you can see, that's my Avalanche Sunset.
Yeah.
So then I know when I pick that bottle up, that'll be
Dawn Yellow.
Dawn Yellow.
Is that 2 pots of Avalanche, 2 pots of Uriel, and 1 pot of Dawn Yellow?
No, that is Avalanche Uriel, Flash Gitch Yellow.
Oh yeah.
Phalanx Yellow.
Oh yeah, Phalanx Yellow. Ooh.
And then any spares I have in their own. So these are the next spares to replace any pots that empty, if that makes sense.
Tell you what, before you go for Dawn Yellow, try Phalanx Yellow, because that might be a little less obvious if you're going for subtle.
Yeah.
See which one you prefer. See which one you prefer for your yellow highlight chip.
That's the colour of it.
Because they're both nice light colours.
Yeah.
And both would work.
Actually, yeah, that'll work better. I'll go for phallic. Is it phallic? No, that's wrong. Phalanx.
Going for B-Piss Yellow.
Yeah. But yeah, so I've got my ordinary paint, Citadel paints up on that section. And then from here is all the contrast right the way down. Then obviously some really old Citadel pots of...
Oh God, the old hexagon pots. Where'd you get them from?
Old gunmetal.
Where'd you get that from?
My boy.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
Because he's been doing Warhammer since he was about 6, mate.
Bolt gun, yeah. Metal.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then all my different shades and yeah.
Wow. What's the other classic colour you've got there next to it?
Skull white.
Skull white.
Replaced by a white skull. Clues in the name, I suppose, isn't it? But, yeah. So, yeah. You're envious of this rack, aren't you?
I've got... See, I would love a paint rack, but I can't attach things to these walls in this house because they just fall off.
Yeah, that's on the door, mate.
I don't have the DIY skills to attach things to the walls because I just end up breaking everything in the house. I can't do DIY, even drilling a hole. But on the back of my door is a big as a cork pushpin
Yeah.
board.
When I swap the door over, because this door's getting changed, that'll go, the handle, so I can then get more racks in. Yeah. And then obviously right the way down, there's all my Tamiya paints. So yeah, I utilise every bit of space in this room, as you know.
Are they just screwed to the door? Or?
Oh yeah, they're screwed to the door, mate. Because that's a door there as well, don't forget.
That's true, you're a door.
Yeah, see, so that's my main door that goes to the outside world where the wheelchair ramp is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, so I utilise every bit of space. Down
if you
there,
go out that door, people will think you're living in a toolbox.
So down there's my paint racks. That you'll like that paint rack. This is a 3D printed paint rack. Let's bring that onto the bench, so that when I use it, I just do that.
Oh, has it got the telescope? Oh, so, did that just do a telescopy thing?
Yeah, see, so it just stands up on its own.
Oh,
that's a Festa 3D print there, you see.
Do it again, do it again, do it again with the... Oh, it's got cogwheels. Oh, fuck me.
You like that, don't you?
How did you even... Oh, you need to sell that shit, mate.
And that's...
You need to get that... Oh.
Yeah, that's my speed paints in there for figures.
You need to mass manufacture that and get it sold.
Yeah.
Because that's a steampunky kind of...
Yeah. And then obviously I've got my bench light, my stall to reach things and all of that. Like, I have to utilise every bit of space in here, as you know.
Yeah. So, goodness knows. So that's why it's going to take you 68 months when you get your new little painting room.
Yeah.
Eventually. It'll take you about 2 years just to get everything set up, innit?
Yeah. So hopefully, folks... apart from the shonky, shaky camera work, yeah, it gives you an idea of little gadgets that I print and make, and just to make my life a bit easier in the man cave.
That little steampunk telescope and paint rack, that's the best thing I've ever seen.
You like that?
Literally. You need to mass produce that, dude. Become very wealthy very faster than you can support me.
Yeah,
in my old age.
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 24 bottles. I've got a 36 bottle and a 40 bottle one. So yeah,
just love that. It's got little cogwheels and stuff. It's
you like that, don't you?
It's like classic Heath Robinson, totally over-engineered, but it does what it needs to do.
Yeah, but it's the fact that I can just pick it up and stand it up on the bench, and it's just does what it says on the tin.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
Edward Leonard says, I opened my Citadel colour app after a few months of not using it, and apparently they updated it. They did, and the real pity thing with the new colour app, as you'll see on the iPad here, if I'm moving this out,
yeah, what a ball ache, innit?
Because all they've done is they've designed it for mobile phones, and they've ported the mobile thing across. If you try and use it on a tablet...
Yeah, absolute pain in the arse.
Brilliant. Thanks very much, tablet. That's really helpful.
Yeah.
Because here's how iPad stands work.
Yeah.
No use at all. Like iPad cases, that's how they work. Like, could you not have just built the...
Yeah, don't let it get you though, Fox, because it'll get you agitated, and you know what'll happen.
Why do you have to assume that everything is on mobile phones nowadays?
You'll get bitter and twisted, mate.
We're up to... It's not a fan right now of it. Things are missing, etc. It was nice and simple before, and now it's dumb shit is added. Yeah. I mean, they've added lots of extra bits to it, and they've added more colours and painting guides, but it's still got... Yeah, it's not... Yeah.
It's not the greatest, is it?
No.
But yeah, when you're on the tablet, it's a pain in the arse that it doesn't change perspective for you.
Yeah,
orientation.
Who has a tablet on the bench in portrait mode? You can't physically, but I've never seen a stand that has an option for portrait mode in it with a tablet, with an iPad.
No.
That's not how iPad cases work. You spoons. I don't know. Anyway, get off my lawn. Old man shouts at clouds.
Yeah, it's just frustrating though, isn't it?
Yeah. You're frustrating. No, you're not really. I'm joking.
You miss me when I'm not around. You know you do.
I do. Because it's very quiet and a bit boring. And I've got something in my nose. God,
yeah. That's just some of the comments I got this week. We are missing your scatterbrain humour. Can you come back? Yeah, of course I will. That's just, yeah.
They were, you know what they're really missing? They're really missing your... I bet they just missed you on the Monday show because it was just me and Chris. And I had to do all the talking. They probably just said, God, quick, get Colin back because Fox won't shut up.
Yeah, and apologies to Mama Fox because she would have been deprived of her factoid, wouldn't she?
She doesn't actually watch it anymore.
Oh, don't tell me that. I've now little bits of me have died inside.
Well, no, she doesn't.
Mind you, though, I have been Mama Fox's favourite for quite a while, and I will be mocking Ted. And she spoke to me the other day. Oh,
he said hello.
Big hugs and everything. Oh,
unfortunately, getting Mama Fox to know how to turn on the Xbox and navigate the TV to the new channel.
Yeah.
It's like she has trouble seeing stuff, and the TV controller is a black remote with a black circle that you have to press on the black background. It's like she can't see that.
Yeah, I can remember trying to educate my mum how to use Video Plus back in the day, and when we got her a smartphone, she was like, "Where's all the buttons?" Doesn't have buttons now, Mum.
Don't need buttons now.
You could do this, you could do that. You could FaceTime us. What's FaceTime? Oh, God, right. Okay, this is going to be a long, lengthy process. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that Mama Fox used to be able to turn on her Xbox, play some games. She used to be able to switch it to the Xbox channel, switch the telly to Xbox channel, and find the YouTube app and watch the show. She can't do that anymore. Not since she was poorly last year. All she does is have the telly on with her earphones and in the background and read her iPad. Yeah. She's happy though. She's happy. How much dust on this model?
My mum, last time I spoke to her, she says, "I now know how you feel." I went, "How's that, my love?" She said, "I had to go out earlier." I went, "Yeah." Should I had to use my effing walking stick? I went, "Oh," she said, "now I know how frustrating you find it being on sticks."
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, but there's a difference, Mum. You're 83.
Yeah. But Mama Fox just kind of doesn't mind using a stick now. She's got this little telescoping metal thing with butterflies all over it.
Yeah. It's the fault of my mum frog marching down the street. Bearing in mind, this is the woman who beat giant haystacks with an handbag.
Yeah, absolutely.
Coming towards you on a stick in a slightly, I don't want to be using this stick mood.
Yeah.
I pity the poor person.
I pity the fool.
Yeah, that mocks her. Because, oh dear, are they in for a world of pain?
It would be the last thing we ever did. At least for a very long time, if not permanently.
Bless her. Yeah. But she started having a good wibble. It was like, yeah, she's back to her normal self. She don't want to get old, Fox. You know what it's like. You got a mum of your own. And seeing how suddenly she started aging, it's frustrating her, And dare I say it, it's probably frightening her a little bit as well.
Yeah. It's like Mama Fox when she was poorly last year, one of her lucid moments, she's like, "I don't want to go back in hospital. It's full of sick old people."
Yeah.
I'm like, well, yeah. Well, that paint's rubbish.
So, yeah, it's a shame, but it's like, bless her. And then, like I say, she shatters the image of an old person by going into an Alf Garnett stroke Nan rant. And it's like, yeah, good girl. She's still got her spirit.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've just opened my 2 pots of Rune Lord brass, and it's like sponge.
Oh, really?
They're literally like solid. So
bung in some medium?
Nah, it's fine.
That'll kick its ass.
No, they're probably just really old. Or, I don't know.
I've used that to kickstart many a pot that's been a bit stodgy.
They look like, it's not so much stodgy, they look like a creme fraiche yogurt.
Yeah.
Like I think they're kind of beyond redemption, I think. I put the medium in there, it's like putting water into a pot full of stones. I don't think there's much hope for them.
Not got a stirrer?
Yeah, but there's almost no liquid in there. It's like a big block of foam. It's like a dry paint, pretty much.
Ooh, that'll come in handy.
Yeah, come in handy for dry brushing, I suppose.
Yeah.
That's true. Get the other one back.
Perfect dry brush paints. There you go. You saved yourself a few quid now. See, Festa's saving you money.
Well, Yeah, there is no dry brush colour for that, so I shall write
There
dry.
is, there is now.
There is now. They think it's all over. I shall write dry on a little label.
You're impressed, aren't you?
Something. I shall write the word dry. Ooh,
Dry? Dry? You mean to say you left a room full of your ladies with me? What possibly could go wrong?
Me, the third Earl of Wyndham, in the girls' dormitory after midnight with my...
You do that voice rather well.
Yes. I've had many years of experience with yes. So I can't use rune or brass. So I'll look for a different colour. I don't want everything to be Balthazar gold. I've got brass scorpion. Oh, I've got gold.
That's the trouble with any of their metallic paints, though. They don't last very well, do they? They haven't got a long shelf life.
Well, unfortunately, I like the kind of, I've only just started turning towards coppery type colours, you see.
Yeah.
I've only started to see the benefits, but I've only got brass scorpion or warp block bronze or Balthazar gold. I haven't tried warp block bronze, but it's too damn dark.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just have to do Balthazar gold again. More Balthazar gold.
Yeah. You're not got Liberator gold.
No, Balthazar gold is actually a brass colour, a copper colour. It's not a gold colour. I don't want gold.
Yeah.
I have to coppery gold colours. So I've got to figure out what colour to paint the big shells that go under the big shooty gun.
Oh, I haven't got that far yet, mate.
No, I may have to acquire some of the brassy colours. I've got brass scorpion, but that's more like a highlight colour.
I've deliberately kept the big gun spun in the opposite direction that I'm looking at the modelling tonight because, yeah.
Yes.
That's the best way of living in denial. Just avoid the thing.
Yeah, it's not that. Beat
the devil out of it. Oh.
I was just thinking that when you said that. Beat the devil out of it. Thank you very much. Where's the lid for my palette? Oh, there it is. What was that?
Edward Leonard says, yeah, you can fix it, Fox, if you want to. It takes a little bit of stirring, but it will come around. Yeah, that's why I asked him whether he had one of the little paint stirrers, one of them.
There's literally almost like no liquid left in the pot, so I'd have to add something to it, like a medium, like you say. But
yeah, have you not got any of the Windsor Galleria matte medium? None of that.
I've got Lamier medium. Lamier medium.
Yeah, because that's been a get out of jail free card for me, mate, with many a Citadel paint.
Well, I've got Lamier medium, which is
same stuff.
Yeah, basically. But I don't think I've got very much. But I think it really does look, it's not just like a stodgy paint, it really does look like the dry paint. Like it looks like, say, a copper version of Necron Compound.
Yeah.
Which is a dry paint. So I don't know how recoverable it will be. It might be, it might not, I don't know. But like you said, it makes quite a good dry paint. So
yeah. You never have too many dry brush paints.
Do you know what I have got, though? Do you know what I actually have got?
What?
I've got bandworms.
Bandworms?
I've got bandworms.
I'll see a doctor about that.
Yeah. That's Bluey's dad that says that. I'm not going to tell you why. Because you have to watch the episode.
No, I haven't watched Bluey yet, mate. In case you want, in case you wanted to ask.
You need to sort that shit out.
I'm letting you down badly, you know.
Yes. Right. When you get bullets, what colour is it all? It's like which bit is what colour?
Bullets.
The body of it's coppery colour, isn't it?
Bullets. The casing is always lighter than the tips.
I thought that the casing was coppery coloured than the no, the tip's copper and the casing's like silver, isn't it? So,
casing's like a brass, isn't it?
Okay, but then the tip is
copper. You know, it's sort of like a full metal jacket, isn't it?
Hence the name, Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah. Full Metal Jacket is fully coppered. Yeah.
I knew that. These are going to be tricksy to paint.
Yeah, because 2 idiots actually put the bloody arms on, didn't they?
Yeah, 2 little spoons made lots of things and glued all the arms on. Dick.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't learn.
If ever we built another one of these, which is likely not to happen.
Yeah. I'd like to paint another one. I just don't ever want to build one again. That wasn't really enjoyable.
Yeah, it's been an enjoyable process so far painting them, but the buildy was a pain in the arse.
Yeah. Well, I think if we did build another one, we kind of know what to do now, I suppose, in a lot of ways. Maybe.
Yeah, if I built another one, I'd only do it to sell it.
Got that one, you dingus.
Yeah. That's the only way I'd build another one if I was going to flog it, because, yeah.
Or, you know, if you bought one that was already built.
Yeah.
That's another option.
Tabletop trauma.
I wouldn't like to try and strip one of these because, you know what, that'd be a lot of Dettol. I don't have a big box big enough.
Yeah, I've got a big old car parts washer that I use to do the big kits with.
I don't think I'd enjoy trying to scrub all the little stubborn bits of primer out of all the little crooks and nannies.
Yeah, that would be
something you still have to do, even if you strip them.
Yeah, that would be an absolute pain in the backside, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And depending on what the paint quality is like, you know, you might be able to paint over it, but if it's been painted with a 2-inch decorating brush, then yeah,
it'd have to be stripped. Even if, like, something, you often get them where they've been built and primed, and that's all you get, and that's fine because then you just prime. Then it's great.
That's a good shout, Edward. I like that idea. He says every time he opens a pot, he puts a little distilled water in it. Yeah, a bit like when you get Tamiya pots, you always brim it, don't you, with a bit of thinner, bit of X20A. Yeah, opens a pot and he puts a little distilled water in it. Yeah. Make sure it's distilled water, not tap water, though, because yeah.
Well, it does change the way the paint behaves a little bit, but not too much. Only a little bit going to make any difference.
Yeah, but I suppose if you put 2 parts to 1 of distilled and medium in there, that should be all right, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it's just you're thinning it with the water, but you dilute it with the
medium.
So whether you add like distilled water or just add more medium.
Medium.
Be a mermaids. Painting now, sir. What else can I paint that's copper? I may as well while I've got this paint out, won't I?
Yeah, you know you want to.
I don't really want to do any more copper. I don't like painting copper things. I don't know. They never really seem to make any sense, but they're part of the Warhammer thing. Everything's got copper bits on it. Can I put a thing on there maybe that's coppery? No. Nuh-uh. What do we say? We say nuh-uh.
What's that? Computer says nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. I'm just making silly noises now for no reason.
I'm wrong with that.
I'm special man of specialness. I've got a glyph down there, I've got some more glyphs to paint.
That's what I never got round to doing when it was doing glyphs. Mind you, I've got a few decals on there, so.
Well, there's glyphs built into it anyway, in some of the panels.
Yeah, so.
I think, or are they ones that I stuck on? I'm not actually sure now which ones. I think.
Oh, yeah, some of the stick-on panels have got glyphs on them.
Yeah. I've not added any extra ones. Now, let's consider. I've still not figured out what colour to do these bloody missiles yet. Because I've glued them on, I can't really start doing all fancy checker patterns because that ain't happening.
Yeah, no, yeah.
I'm not getting around the back of that missile to paint a fancy checker pattern. It's just not happening at all.
That's why I cheated and wrapped a decal around it.
Yeah, I might go into my Orc decals and do the same kind of thing.
Yeah,
but I don't know what colour to make them.
Yeah, they're a bit.
I don't know what colour to make them.
I didn't want to age the missiles like the model because missiles are always going to be newer than the thing they're attached to. So
yeah, the actual ordnance needs to look like new because it's not been fired yet. You're not going to have it sitting around. But still not figuring out the actual colours.
I just went with the base colour scheme of yellow. Bad Moons in it. It's their missiles, lest they've looted them.
I don't know what colour missiles would be. Hey. Buddy. I shall think about them some other time.
They can be whatever colour you want, because at the end of the day, it's Orc.
Talking it. No, I just think of a colour that would work. It doesn't look like complete bish. Bish. You say bish, you say? Right, so that's that. He says, not looking at anything specifically. I'm not looking forward to painting these dudes on the side, built into the side.
No, I was looking at one of them just now, and I thought, oh, it's so tempting just to close the flap down.
I've glued my flap in place now.
Same here. It's like, yeah, a bit of persuasion, it will come off. But then again, I sit there and think, well, it's a detail at the end of the day. Why not just paint it?
The other thing is that the flaps don't actually fully cover the holes. I learned that when I was like, hang on, this flap doesn't even fit. What?
Yeah, they're not the greatest, are they?
Actually, I know what I do have to do. I've got some more
no
pulley things that I need to paint black. You know, like pulley bands.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call them.
Belts.
Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. I may need a smaller brush for that. I think a medium layer brush may be most efficacious.
Right.
Good word, isn't it?
That is. I am impressed, mate.
But first I shall go and change my water because it's full of metally flakes. 1 second.
Yeah, no worries, mate.
I'll get some water for me to drink as well. Hello, bye-bye.
Do what you need to do, mate.
Oh.
I'm just literally going around the edge of these panels. Looks a bit stark at the moment because it's got to have the rust colour put on it yet. This is the bit that always bugs me the most, because you sit there and you think, yeah, have I just gone and ruined it? But having done a few of these already now, I'm confident. And what used to bother me about this stage isn't really bothering me as much. So that's the one thing I've gleaned from this technique. There you go. Check out the Orc Technicolor Dream Stomper. Oh, I've not heard of that one, Paul.
Really good.
Is that a new one, or is that an established kit?
What's that? The Orc Technicolor. Oh, I know.
Yeah, check out the Orc Technicolor Dream Stomper, he says.
You're talking about yours, your spoon.
Oh, right. Sorry. Sorry, mate. I thought, oh, God, yeah. It's been a week. It's been a while.
Yeah, you've been looking at individual panels. You've forgotten the rest of the colours of that model, haven't you?
I have,
you've
mate.
Not looked at the whole thing and gone, wow.
Yeah, have I gone a bit over the top, Paul? Is that what you're saying? Have I got carried away again?
I don't think so. But that's quite muted for you, I think. Muted's a good word to use. I was about to use all that.
Well, that night I sent you that message going, I don't want to go overboard with this build, and you just like, yeah.
I sent one back saying, ha 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 ha.
Yeah, it's a bit late for you to say that.
Yeah, you boat sailed on that one, love.
Yeah.
Let's paint some belts.
Yeah, it's a bit Joseph and his Technicolor dream coat, but it kind of works for me, to be honest with you. Probably not everyone's cup of tea, you know. It's not a paint scheme that people are going to rush out and try to mimic, is it? But for me, it just works.
At the end of the day,
I'm happy.
There's no difference between painting a model and painting a picture on a painting on a canvas. It's whatever you want it to look like. That's your piece of art.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, the reason I went
three-dimensional canvas. That's all we're doing.
The reason I went this route is it let me play with contrast paints.
In a very expensive way.
Yeah, but it lets me know what works for me with them and what doesn't quite work, but also how to include them in my repertoire.
Don't be, I'm trying to paint something delicate and you're giving all these big fancy words.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Can you not say repertoire and I'm trying to paint something really carefully?
So I'm pretty happy with how they do their job.
Yeah.
So there's a place for them in your collection. Would I do this technique on Insane Blade or Warlick? Probably not, because they're builds that I see in a different way.
I'll tell you what, talking of contrast paints, when I was playing Borderlands, the original Borderlands the other day,
Yeah.
and I was inside a building. Anybody who's played it, I was inside Sledge's safe house. And it's all like, you know, rusted, corrugated iron and machinery and stuff. But it's got that, not cel-shaded, but comic book look that I did on the Cesabe. It's that style.
Yeah.
Where there's no metallics, no shiny silvers and stuff, and it's all outlined with ink outlines.
Yeah.
But all the metallics are just different shades of grey.
Yeah.
And I was playing it, and I'm like, and all the rusty stuff, and I'm like, oh, do you know? It really makes me think that the one thing I'd love to do with, I've never really felt the urge to get contrasts, but looking at that, I'm thinking it would be so much fun to use them to paint Borderlands style paintwork, because like there's just no silvers and metals in Borderlands. There's no shiny metal colours. It's all just greys and things. And when I, you know, things like Griff Charger Grey and the other one, something.
Yeah.
Griff Charger Grey and there's a Space Wolves one, I think it is. They're perfect when you apply an ink outline over the edges. They look perfectly like Borderlands metallic. I was thinking, now I can see a use case for me for them if I was doing Borderlands stuff.
I'm glad I got them. Because
I will, I'll send you some Borderlands screenshots.
Yeah.
If you've never seen, just so you can get a feel for like what the characters and the vehicles and stuff look like in the settings, because you might get some ideas from that for your contrast paint.
Well, yeah, I've heard you refer to it quite a bit, and I remember the Gundam build you did. Is it Zarku for George?
The Cesabe.
Cesabe, even. There you go. And yeah, it does appeal to me, that style. So yeah, the more the merrier, mate. And
that little vehicle, the little yellow one, was my test.
Yeah.
And I only contrast paints on the metallic parts.
Yeah.
On the bits that's supposed to be bare metal, not on the actual, you know, the yellow body of the vehicle or anything.
Yeah.
It just gives you that slightly water, because the Borderlands style is kind of, it looks like ink and watercolor basically.
Yeah.
And that's that style, and it looks really good.
And that's what the contrasts give you.
Well, they did on the, because all I did was I primed it in the white color, the Wraithbone white, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Which is the one you use for contrast, and then for the metal parts, I just slathered on a coat of like, what have I got? I've got Griff Charger Grey and Space Wolves Grey.
Yeah.
And I just like one coat of that, and then one. But I didn't do it carefully. I did it roughly to get like splotches and dark patches and stuff. Like you do. I didn't do it all carefully to get a nice smooth coat. No. And then I did the ink outline, and it was great because some parts were kind of the light grey of the primer, some parts were like a dark blue, and some parts were just the grey of the Griff Charger Grey. And it was like, that looks like and some cross hatching on it, and it looked like Borderlands. I'm like, oh, it looks like kind of watercolory look. Cool.
Well, I mean, where the contrast work for me is Slapjob.
Yeah,
because it's a quick, fast, and efficient way of getting stuff painted. But also, you can play with that technique. So you can use your contrast, but also you can then go back at it with your regular Citadel paints.
Why is it called Slap Chop? I don't know. Who invented it? It's only appeared recently, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just some bloke on YouTube came up with that name for it. But
it's like somebody did it and then everybody started trying it out, and I like the look of it.
Yeah,
it's a good look. I don't know why it's called Slap Chop.
It is such a quick process, Fox. You know, where you're saying, I'm looking for a fast way of doing this. It works. It gets your stuff tabletop ready quickly. I mean, it's not everyone's cup of tea. You know, it's not Golden Demon standard, as we know.
No.
But
well, it's a speed painting technique, isn't it?
If you're someone that is just learning and want to get stuff painted and ready so you can play the game, then it works.
I mean, technically, it's not actually a new technique.
No, it's been around a while.
Yeah, I've seen videos in the past. There you go. There's your alarm.
Sorry?
That's your half past alarm.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, no worries. I'll give her another 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, because I remember watching video a few years ago where somebody was painting, they basically zenithal the figure and they were just using inks.
Yeah, same process,
Same
mate.
technique. Yeah, same process. There's not a new process. I like the name Slap Chop.
Yeah.
Snap Chop.
Yeah.
It's a good, it sounds very,
I mean, it's come into its own since all the contrast paints have been out, because it is perfect for the contrast paints.
It sounds like London-y type name, like of something.
Slap Chop. Slap him in the chops.
Like, sounds like a London-based food dish of some sort.
For me, you know, because obviously it's all new to me, and I like to know as many different styles there are out there. So, like you say, you know, you take a piece of Duncan, I take a piece of what you've taught me, a piece of that, and you can then start to formulate your own style, you know, and it works for me, that sort of thing.
The beauty of it is, you know, you don't have to just look to people who are skilled or talented painters. Any painter can teach you a new technique.
Yeah.
Because even the world's worst painter will have a way of doing something that comes out nicely, and you think, oh, I quite like that.
Yeah.
Or you see somebody's painting video where they're not very good, and you think, I see what he's trying to do. He sucks at it.
Yeah.
I think I can make that better, though.
Yeah. And it's just a different way of doing something. And you sort of think, well, okay, you could apply that technique to some aspects of your build, like I've done on this. There's a bit of slap chop on there, but there's also regular chipping. There's ordinary Citadel paints have been used. So it's not all been done in the slap chop method. It's a great way for me to get quick, fast panel work done. Excuse me. And then you can go back at it with the Foxx techniques of doing your finite chipping, and then your blends, your layers, your different glazes. So it's just an additional way of doing things, but to get the stomper base colours down so that I could see where the vision was going, it's perfect.
You know what makes me really happy?
What?
You're coming out with all these like technique names, glazes and blends and wet blending. And a year ago, you didn't even know which end of the brush to use.
I know. I sound suave, windswept, and interesting.
You've come so far. You've come so far. I'm very proud of you.
Basically, I'm not. But yeah.
You are. But yeah, I mean, I remember I've seen videos in the past where I won't mention any names, but I've watched a video where I watched somebody paint something, and the end result was garbage. I'll be honest. The end result was, it wasn't very well. The person isn't a very good painter that I was watching.
Oh, right.
And the end result was garbage. But the technique they used, the technique they used, a specific way of trying to blend some colours, and I was like, oh, now he did a really crap job of that, but I can see what he's going for, and I can see how that technique might work, and I'll try that.
Yeah.
And it was a technique that I never mastered in the end, but I could see that although the person I was watching wasn't very good and didn't do a good job of it, the technique was something I could learn, because I could. It was like, well, they weren't very good at it, but I can see the merit of that specific technique.
Yeah, and that's all I'm trying to do, is learn as many different techniques and take a bit of everything. Because I think I've said this so many times now, people are probably getting bored with it, but if you can't learn something new, what's the point of doing this hobby?
I'm bored of you saying that now.
Yeah, none of us, none of us know everything.
No.
And I like to be able to come in and learn new ways of doing things, and it keeps me stimulated. And
we should all keep Colin stimulated at all times.
Yeah, it helps you improve your own work, doesn't it? So, you know, would I do the insane blade in slap chop? Maybe a couple of bits and pieces, but not everything, because that is got a totally different concept about it. So
yeah, I think slap chop's good for figures. I don't know if slap chop would look quite so good on a complete vehicle. No, slap chop will work well on something like that, a small 28mm mini. But something like the insane blade and the Warlick, no, it's got to be proper basic, you know, proper techniques, mate. Because I mean, the whole point of slap chop is to basically fake your way through the highlights and shadows without doing all the complicated highlights and shadows. It's like a workaround technique. So on a vehicle, that's where you spend all your time with your weathering and your chipping and stuff.
Exactly. I mean, it worked on this just to get base colours down on the panels. But if I had gone, right, that's it, finished, you would have shot me.
Yeah, I'd be like, what's that?
Exactly. So it worked and enabled me to get the panel's base colours down so I could look at it and go, have I really gone a bit too far with this? Yeah.
Never.
And
Impossible.
I can now go back at it and use the other techniques, the more traditional ways, to now embellish the model and make it more, I wouldn't say professional, because I'm not professional, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Someone decided what to do about this bloody.
Paul D. Tommaso says, have you any new resin prints that you've made? Yes.
Oops.
I have, mate. I've got a build just behind the stomper. Let's just lift this off. I don't know whether you can see that next to my iPad. That is the basis of a build that I'm going to be starting on the live streams once Stomper's done. And it is going to be a bit different. So I've got print jobs going at the moment for components. For it. And once they're all ready, I'll then go into detail of what the vision is. But at the moment, I don't want to spoil it.
I know what it is, the idea, what the name of it is, and I know the concept.
And I know where Paul's going with this convo. Have you printed out them bits I sent you? No, I haven't yet, mate, because I put a heater in my resin printer and wanted to test it on some of my own prints. But yeah, I'm currently in the throes of doing a box of goodies for the dear old guru.
Wait, what?
And them prints will be added to it, mate. So, yes. Quite a few resin prints are going to be coming out of there. But I kind of got distracted because where I was away from the bench last week, I was doing a lot of CAD design on the Mac to keep me brain occupied because I couldn't get to the bench. And I came up with this vision. And I then let Fox know, and he kind of thinks that I'm even more insane now than when I did the Baneblade.
I squeezed a little bit.
Yeah.
Can I just say, if you're using a Mac, do you actually have the beret?
That would be an ecumenical matter.
And a collarless shirt.
You tend to shave your beard a bit differently, more so you retain the neck part of it.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I don't know if I can still be your friend if you're a Mac user. I don't know that.
Yeah, I use the MacBook when I'm upstairs because I don't have a PC in the bedroom, see? So I just get the laptop out, and my laptops have always been Macs.
I don't even know who you are anymore.
Yeah. So I get the best of both worlds because I can get PC editing software, but I can also use Mac video editing software. So
I really don't know who you are anymore.
Yeah, but if I watch Bluey, I'll be forgiven.
This is true.
There you go, see. Without that Mac being used last week, I wouldn't have been able to send you all those glorious pics of the CAD work that I've been doing.
Why? What made you go for Macs and not Windows-based laptops? Not that there's anything wrong with Macs, really. I'm only joking. But what made you go for Mac when everything else is PC-based? Why did you go for Mac for a laptop?
More so because when I had the workshop, see, I could take the laptop there. Yeah. And I had all the Adobe suite that I had was all Mac at the time.
Ah, right. That makes sense then.
So all my bike designs and things were all done on the Mac version of Adobe with InDesign, Illustrator, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, well, that makes sense.
And then I wasn't leaving computers at work. I just picked the laptop up, put it in the rucksack, got on my bike and rode back. And yeah.
I don't actually have anything against Mac at all. I'm just joking.
At the time, I didn't really find Windows laptops great because we all know what Windows is like. It can get a bit buggy, a bit clunky, and updates.
Surely not. Surely not.
You know, it crashes all the bloody time, or it did back then, whereas Apple's didn't. For me, anyway, and I just found them a little bit more stable.
You trying to tell me that Windows is buggy?
Yeah.
Heresy.
So
Heresy, I tell you.
that philosophy kind of carried on. And when I last got a laptop, I was very tempted to go Windows. But because all my laptops have been Apple-based, I just immediately got another MacBook. But that was back in 2011. And it's still going strong. It's still doing its thing. It's as happy as a noggin slot. And, yeah.
I'm going to do something really stupid now.
Oh, dear.
I'm going to paint the top of this chimney. I can't see because it's off camera. Top of this chimney as a in hazard stripes, but just the top off because I can't get to the bottom off.
Sounds like a plan.
And then once I've done that, I can go back with stippling of the rusty colours to break it all up again.
Yeah.
But I might be making a rod for my own back because I've got to do a hazard stripe twisty around the tube pattern on the chimney that I can't quite get. This is just going to be a nightmare, isn't it? Let's just do it.
Yeah, do it. You know you want to.
I won't have painted any of the other chimneys, so it'll look really weird. Then they're all just rusty, and that one bit's got a hazard stripe on it. But we'll find out. We shall find out.
Beat the devil out of it.
Devil is now beaten out of it, sir. Thank you.
I look up then. Thought Dave was him.
Steady.
You're a steady. I had a friend once.
But I didn't like peas, so I had to.
I know we haven't done more. I'll tell you what we haven't done.
What?
Underneath the arches. I'll tell you another thing I haven't done. I'm just going to mute. I've got to ring the Doris.
Yeah. Something I haven't done. I haven't had a big poop today at all. Not yet at all today. Probably a bad thing. I don't know. Anyway, yes. Has everybody answered the bench and belly, by the way? If you haven't, please, there's a flying thing in here. Don't land in me paint, you git. If you haven't answered it already, please do answer the bench and belly question. What's on your bench? What are you building? What's in your belly? What are you had or having for your dinner? And if you're playing a game, what game are you playing right now? Not right at this exact moment, because right now you're not playing a game, you're watching us, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Little padded one. There's a bullet hole in this chimbley that I'd not noticed before. And apologies, you're probably not seeing any of this, but I'm kind of off camera. I could move the camera back a bit, I suppose, couldn't I? It's probably all horribly out of focus now, but hey.
There you go.
You get what you're given. Hello.
I'll bung your full screen, mate. There you go.
No, that's all right. I was just moving my camera. Did you get?
Yeah. Oh, I'm getting up, you know. Yeah, of course you are.
I'm getting up. Are you really getting up? Yeah, I'm getting up. 10 minutes later. Are you getting up? Maybe in a minute.
Yeah.
Woke up Mama Fox on Monday and she's like, I can't get up. I've got toothache in my foot.
Bless her.
Feet were sore on Monday, but it was like, I've got toothache in my feet.
So she was a dinosaur, her feet were saurus. I'm going to get my coat now because, yeah.
Yeah, because you should do. Oh, just, I'm going to regret painting this now, aren't I, yellow with the stripes, because painting it yellow is one thing. Painting hazard stripes, going spiraling up it on a thing that I've got to manhandle the whole model. Fox, you're just a goddamn idiot.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you're going to go out...
You're a happy idiot, though.
Like my plastic surgeon used to say, if you're going to go out with a smile.
Absolutely.
Where does he get those wonderful toys? That's a quote from the only Batman film.
That's worth watching. Is that the Michael Keaton one, is it?
There is only one Batman film, and that's the one made in 1989. Nobody else made any other Batman films.
You're so stuck in your ways, aren't you?
I'm not. I know what's good, and I know garbage. You know why it's good? Because you can actually understand the words that come out of Batman's mouth. For a start, that's always a winner.
We used to have a fella that lived across the road who was a dead ringer for Danny DeVito's Penguin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was like, yeah. All the kids would call him Oswald, obviously.
Oswald. Yeah, I was going to say Oswald.
Yeah, Oswald's coming. And then you'd see this bloke walking up, and he was a dead ringer, mate. It was uncanny.
Poor bugger.
Yeah.
I'm sure he was a really nice guy.
Yeah, but we was all kind of scared of him as well, because it was like, yeah, he's a bit intimidating. He had that look of, yeah, I want to kill children. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah.
I was going to say, how can somebody small and penguiny be intimidating? But then again,
Yeah, it's like, yeah, there's something a bit sinister there.
if he looks like he has a very large pan in his kitchen, then yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yeah. Be ironic if his name was Oswald. That would have been funny.
Yeah. Many, many years ago, when I was in my first ever job, which was I worked for the Driving Standards Agency.
Oh,
The first job I ever did there was just admin, inputting, I think, HGV license information for people that had just got their HGV license.
Yeah.
And there was all these files in lots of shelves with files and stuff. And there was always, remember, two files stood out to me. One was a file, and they just had the name on the front, and that was it. One just said Arthur Bastard.
Yeah.
That was his actual name. And one has said Herbert Oswald Plonker. And again, that would have been his actual name. Like, really would have changed
Plonker.
that. Herbert he's got, not only is he called Herbert, his middle name's Oswald and his surname's Plonker. It's like,
Yeah.
You know you're on a losing battle there, don't you? I think I'll do the top of this chimney, other chimney as well in Hazardy Stripes. And mate, if I'm going to suffer the ignominy, the trauma of having to paint hazard stripes on a surface like this,
Yeah.
the thing is, I shouldn't do this because I've done hazard stripes on a tube before and it was a living hell. I don't know why I'm doing it again.
Because you didn't think it through clearly, did you?
Yeah. I did it on the fuel tanks for George's.
Baldy Tommaso had hot dogs for dinner. Game is whatever stands out to me at the moment. He's still working on HLI Halloween group build project as well as various other kits, and he's drinking a Pepsi Zero.
Pepsi Zero.
Edward says all these Macs have worked flawlessly for at least 8 years before they needed replacement. Yeah. And that's what I like about it, Edward. I know that when I open up that case, I switch it on, I know it's going to work. All that MacBook's ever needed was a new cable for the power supply. That's it.
Power supply, power supply. Give me all the power. I'm a power supply. Yeah. Don't know what that means. Just making it up now. Clearly had some kind of head injury.
That's what it says on the tin for me. And yeah.
No, I can't paint the other exhaust with a hazard strap because there's no little band of steel on here like that I can stop painting at. And if I just tried to paint that whole thing, it really would just be an attempt at futility. So I'll just do those two bits. We shall let that dry. I don't even know what colour to paint the big magazine on the side of that big, dirty, great big gun yet.
I have deliberately kept my big gun to the back there so that I don't have to stare at it and fear it.
You're not looking at yours, are you? I'm not looking at that. No.
It's like, no, I'm going to hide it over there in the hope that it goes away and paints itself.
Big boy pushed me and painted it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I've just painted the bit that's the piece of hole when I spin the thing round, which is probably the dumb idea. It's well thought out. I do like the fact that I can put like a really badly painted coat that's got all bits and gaps and streaks in it, and that's actually done.
Yeah.
Because I know it's got to look like that, and it's going to have crap on top of it anyway. But that does make me happy. Happy. I could paint them red, I suppose.
Yeah, Paul says the resin cat on his bike's been pushed to one side for now. Mate, normally a good thing. If a kit's not floating your boat, mate, just put it to one side. Do something else, mate.
Here's a quiz. And viewers can win 10 internet points. I will give them 10 internet points if they can tell me what album this is. Happy? That's the only clue you get. Happy? What album is that? Nobody will get it. If anybody does, I'll be amazed, but nobody will get it.
Trying to think whether Bluey's made an album.
No, it's nothing to do with Bluey. It's from a very well-known musician. I bet nobody will get it. I'm painting little tiny details now because my brain can deal with that.
It's surprising how, I wouldn't say little that we've done, but how sort of we're going around doing all of that highly detailed stuff now.
Yeah, we're doing all the little bits of fluffing, aren't we? We're just
lipstick and mascara.
But the beauty of this kind of thing, and the reason I'm falling for orcs is I'm kind of painting them carelessly. Yeah. I've got a few splobs of paint there that I need to tidy up, but like if I'm not getting a perfectly crisp edge, I don't really care because I know I'm going to put so much dirt and grime on it afterwards that it doesn't actually matter. Well,
it must be quite a release for you coming from your imperial background because you've had to do everything so perfect, haven't you?
I'm trying to really carefully paint this red bit so I don't get on the silver bit. And I was like, why don't I just paint the whole thing red and paint the silver bit later, you dick? It's a lot easier doing it that way.
Oh, says he's a Mac user as well. He has been for the last 40-odd years. Yeah.
Never used a Mac.
Yeah, they just work. You know, it's like...
don't get me wrong. I adore my iPad and I adore my iPhone. I'll never get a mobile phone that isn't an iPhone, and I'll never use a tablet that isn't an iPad.
Yeah. It's like anything, you know, there's an update for a Mac, it just does it. It doesn't pester you. It's not like you need to restart every 2 minutes. It's like Windows needs to do this. You need to restart 55 million menus just to go, yeah, I want to open a file. Apple just does it.
Well, I suppose the big difference is that Windows is an open platform and Apple isn't. So.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very open GUI. It's, you know, GUI, whichever way you want to say it.
No, well, I don't mean that. I mean, it's more like Windows has to work with everything, whereas Apple is like, it's a walled garden, isn't it? So, you know.
And I think that's what makes it work because it is so locked down. You know that the risk of risk of viruses is a lot less on a Mac than it is on Windows. There are still Apple-based viruses out there, but not as prolific. Yeah.
No, but that's when they can just be like,
and they are pretty on it as well. You know, if something does crop up, they are pretty quick at getting something out there to try and help you out. So
yeah, I suppose with Windows, the difficulty with Windows as an OS is that it's, if you've got a Mac, the OS has to cope with the hardware that it comes with.
Yes.
Whereas if it's Windows, there's like a billion different graphics cards, a billion different hard drives, a billion different this, that, and it's like they've got to kind of juggle all of that. So you kind of understand why Windows is
I mean, upgrading Macs, you know, you're limited to very specific items, but you know that when you get that item and plug it in, it's going to be bulletproof. But
because I mean, you know that if Windows was a walled garden like Mac, like say every time you bought a Windows PC, it had the same hard drive, the same graphics card, the same sound card, and everything else in there was the same. You just bought the one piece. Then Windows would be just as simple and easy and streamlined as OS and Mac OS.
Yeah,
but of course it's not, because they've got to say, well, we can upgrade, we can do the security upgrade, but then we've got to make sure it works with 500 different kinds of hard drive.
Exactly.
Driver. So yeah, just price you pay, innit?
Yeah,
I suppose. I kind of think of Macs as like it's the console of the PC world.
Yeah.
In the same way that like the Xbox is the console, the Xbox, the PlayStation, the consoles of gaming.
Yeah.
And they're like a walled garden, and the game just has to work. Yeah. The Mac, it's just like the console of the desktop computer world. The software just has to work with the basic hardware.
Exactly. It's one of those, you know, they've all got their uses. They've all got their good. They've all got their bad. Yeah. But, you know, there's some things that a Mac is good at, far better than Windows. And there's other things that Windows does far better than a Mac. It depends on what you need as an end user at the end of the day.
Yeah. I mean, I don't agree with things like some of the prices they charge.
No.
Like, the perfect example is the Magic Keyboard that Apple do for the iPad.
Yeah.
Which is like 150 quid. Yet the one I use, which has all the same functions, cost me £15.
Yeah.
It has every single function that the Mac one does because it's a bog standard Mac wireless keyboard. It's
because you are paying for that aesthetic. It's basically designer peripherals. You know, you look at something like a pair of Jimmy Choo shoes.
Yeah.
You know, now, a pair of shoes from them is high end. You know, people go, oh, well, I paid that for my Clark shoes. But yeah, it's brand, isn't it? It's, yeah.
Yeah, but when it comes to like computers and stuff, I don't feel that need for brand.
I mean, it's not, I got it because, it's an Apple, it's far superior. I just looked at what I could do on it compared to a Windows and the stability of it. And I thought, actually, for what I need that for, that will serve its purpose.
Well, it's like you said, that's the ones you used at work anyway, so it makes sense to use that for your laptop. I do like Macs. I like the look of them. I would quite like to have a Mac, but
they are beautifully made. Would I go out and buy a brand new Mac laptop now? No, because I don't need to buy one because I've got an 11-year-old laptop that is still going 10 to the dozen. All right, it may not have the latest all singing, all dancing OS on it, but then my PC next to me has got Windows 10 because it won't run Windows 11. So it's no different. Does my MacBook not work? Of course it don't. I boot it up. It does everything that it's been doing for the last 11 years perfectly. Why would I want to buy a new one?
Yeah.
You know, and that's what it's used for. I know that I can do all the CAD work that I did. And the beauty of it is I, on that Mac, have a dual boot OS. So I've got a version of Windows on there, a version of Mac, and Ubuntu Linux.
Yeah.
So I can migrate from one to the other quite easily. Save the files, job done, and then I can come down here, load them files on because it's all on the same network, and carry on down here on the Windows PC when I was able to get back downstairs.
Edward Leonard says, "I love my Macs. Fox is jealous." I'm not jealous. I would like a Mac, but I have no use case for a Mac.
Yeah,
I've got a PC that does everything I need to do, and there's no benefit to me switching to a Mac. I wouldn't be able to use my Photoshop CS2 that I've used for the last 20 years, and I can't afford actual Photoshop, so that instantly means I can't use a Mac. So
yeah, but you could use Final Cut.
Yeah,
video editing software.
Yeah, I'd have to pay for it. I could do that, but for Photoshop, I'd have to actually buy Photoshop. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah, I've got CS2 that I've had since whenever it came out in 2000 and before times. Yeah,
but it's like I'm slowly migrating away from Adobe because I'm using CS18 or CC18. And, I've downloaded GIMP so that'll replace Photoshop. I've got DaVinci Resolve as a video editing program that I'm playing with. So I'm going to migrate everything that I do away from Adobe because it's all open source. So for me, long term, it's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, I've got what I do in Photoshop, but I mean, literally what I do is video thumbnails and a little bit of this and that and a bit of drawing.
Yeah.
So I don't need any other features. So bizarrely, although it sounds really stupid, CS2 from when 2003 or 4 does everything I need it to do. I don't need any of the other features.
Yeah, but it's that engineering adage, Fox. If it works, keep it. If it don't, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I mean, I'm sure there's lots of things I could do that I don't even know about in like the modern versions of Photoshop, but I use it to do what I need it to do.
For what we do, we don't need it.
I want to go in, make a quick thumbnail, and come out. That's it. I don't need to.
I mean, the CAD side on the Mac, obviously, with what I do with my 3D printing and that, it's perfect for that.
Yeah.
Because, I can do all the stuff I want to do quite happily. I could do it on the PC as well, but I'm more familiar with the Mac environment, if I'm honest, than I am the Windows environment. Because most of my jobs that I had, most of the OSs and systems I used were Mac based. So
yeah, I've not heard your boiler going yet, by the way, dude. I don't know if I've just missed it, but
okay, I'll just clean me brush and I'll ring her again. But she did assure me she was up. If she isn't, oh dear.
Yeah, she probably is, but I just thought I haven't heard it. Yeah, maybe I just didn't hear it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Thought I better let you know.
No, it's good that you do, mate.
Yep. Because you can blame it on me.
Oh no, she's up. There's a text message. So
lovely.
Yeah, she's doing her thing. Bless her.
Thing is being dude.
Yeah.
But it's Mephiston Red. Why is it not out on the bench?
Don't know. Why is it not out on the bench, Fox? Come on, sort
it is. It's there. See, I found it.
Sort it out, will ya?
It's hiding in the drawer. EC Idaho's in says, good morning/evening.
Hello, EC. How you doing, buddy?
Yes.
Lovely to see you in, mate.
Today is a day for tiny details. Also for my wet palette.
There you go. I take it audio and video is still coming through nice and clear, chat, if you can just let me know. Does seem to have been a very stable platform tonight, Fox, doesn't it? You've not disappeared at all, and
that's because we're not using StreamYard rubbish.
Exactly, we're not using StreamYard. We're doing it in a new way. We had an idea and it's worked, Fox. How afraid are you?
That makes no sense at all, and my brain can't quite cope with such information.
Yeah,
I'll have you know.
I'm still struggling with the fact that we've come up with something that's worked.
Yeah, I would require you to not discuss this any further. You're making me nervous.
Yeah, does seem the way forward, though, mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I take it, audience-wise, the picture quality's good. You're seeing things a lot clearer, and so hopefully you're happy with the change that we've made. Happy.
Nobody named the album.
I've got no idea, mate.
One of my favourite albums of all time.
I would hazard a guess at the artist.
Go on.
I could give you two guesses. It's either Jar or Riello.
Nope.
Wow, that surprises me.
Happy. It's an artist of whom I only have one album that I like because I don't like the rest of his stuff. But he also made one of the most famous albums.
Vangelis.
Nope. One of the most famous artists. One of the most famous albums ever made.
Okay.
Well, not the most, but one of the most.
EC says pick and audio is great! !
Lovely.
Yeah, it should be coming out in nice 1440p now, and
1440p. It's got all the P's. P. I like P's.
I like P's. I had a friend once. Oh God, I'm so going to hell, ain't I?
Yeah, nobody gets what we're talking about. It's brilliant.
It's all gone wrong.
Why have I just put paint on my? I just put my brush in the pot and got paint on it like a dingus. Got a wet palette there, you dick.
I don't like water.
No.
Gives me that sinking feeling. Oh dear, I need to get a life.
No, you understand me.
I really need to get a life.
No, you don't. It's not you that needs to get the life, dude.
You shut up my nose.
No? Oh, okay, let me fix that.
Oh, dear. We are so childish, aren't we?
I went shopping yesterday and bought me big headphones.
I only got to the end of the path because the cable weren't long enough.
What was that flavour? I just licked my brush and it tasted like
ass.
Something, I don't know what. It tasted like I've just dipped my brush in a Tamiya paint or something. Oh, that was horrible.
Yeah.
That was.
Paul says, mine will be wearing his goggles, so I left mine in place. Need to figure out how to create a strap that goes round the head to either side of the goggles. An elastic band, mate. Simple thing as a rubber band. You get loads of different sizes. Get a really tiny one. I'm trying to get one off That sounded wrong.
Would a rubber band not perish over time, though?
Yeah, but all you're
Maybe
trying to do...
If you cover it in paint and varnish and everything else,
a simple rubber band like that, Paul, cut it up, glue it on, let it dry, and then give it a couple of coats of paint and a clear varnish. Job done.
Yep.
And you've made yourself a strap for a set of goggles. That easy.
That's easier than using your plastic card and stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, happy days.
I think it's for that like bunny on the bike type resin figure, isn't it? So
yeah.
It's a bit bigger. That would work quite well for that.
Yeah.
Because it's a bigly thing. Bigly things, put them in.
Rabbit on a bike. Everyone should have a rabbit on a bike.
Rabbit.
He got beautiful eyes.
That's your national anthem in down south, isn't it?
Yeah, bit of Chaz and Dave. Oh, yeah. There ain't no pleasing you. Yeah, man.
You're going to make me break out into some Shaking Stevens now or something?
Oh, yeah. See, I wasn't going to grass you up for that, but Fox may have broke out into Shaking Stevens. And I didn't record it.
I can't sing it, obviously, for copyright reasons.
Yeah.
It's not my channel, I don't really care, but I do care. I don't want to get demonetized. How about
And yes, YouTubers, a lot of you may have had that infamous AdSense email that's doing the rounds where it says your account has been suspended. It is simply because YouTube have migrated to a new separate set of accounts for YouTubers monetization.
Oh, I never had that.
And yeah, a lot of people panicked. I got the email and I just Googled, is it legit? And it just came up with it's a simple thing where they've migrated from one system to a new way of doing it. So it's all fine.
I got a mail on the same day. It says to me, your W-8BN form, you know, my earnings that made American tax earnings form.
Yeah, it's due to expire.
Yeah, due to expire. You need to go and update it. It lasts 3 years. And I went into my account and it's like, no. But then I had a similar thing where it says you need to complete your Canadian tax form.
Yeah.
So I went in and completed my Canadian tax form. And then for the next 3 months, like every few days, I go saying, yeah, you need to complete your Canadian tax. I was like, I've done it.
Yeah, done it.
But it'd say, if you've already done it, just disregard this email. I'm like, well, how about you actually make note of the fact that I've done it and stop sending me the goddamn email? Just.
Yeah.
I will paint the little dials on this stuff at the back, you know, the little steam gauges and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm going to do that after I've done all the washes and things. There's no point doing that now.
No. No, detail like that is, yeah. It's on the radar.
I've got to paint the bullets going into the feed, but I've got to also paint the thing they're on. I don't know what colour to paint that. Maybe a green, because there's no real green on this, is there?
Yeah.
But then again, would it be green? I can't tell if the thing that the bullets are in is actually like fabric or metal.
Well, normally the webbing is like an olive drab, isn't it?
Yeah, but it looks more like a metal chain thing rather than a material
this
thing.
Is all. Would it be better off just doing it in something like a lead belcher or something like that?
Yeah, it does look more like metal than
us giving out the Warhammer colours again.
Warhammer colours, you make them all what you want them to be. I don't know why I'm singing like that. I don't know.
I've learnt so much in the last year.
I've learned at least 3 things about spaghetti.
I've learnt that I'm not in the Warhammer hole.
You are in the Warhammer hole. You've not learnt that at all. You're just lying now.
I'm making things up now just to make it sound good.
You are. You're making things up in your brain.
This is the status of every conversation me and Fox have. It's literally an argument who's further down the hole.
Except the argument's always I always win because I always say you're further down the hole than everybody.
Yeah.
Because you've got more Goblin Gaming points than me, and that ends the argument.
Yeah, but you cashed yours in and bought things. I haven't.
I didn't. No.
Damn.
I haven't touched mine.
Damn.
No.
Damn, I thought that was my get out then.
You cashed yours in and bought like 12 Bane Blades. You had that many points.
Do you know something? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably could.
Yeah.
Thing is, probably would buy 12 Bane Blades.
Not that we need any more Bane Blades right at the minute.
Saw what you did there.
I've still got a Baneblade in my box, unpainted, and another Baneblade in the box, not even made yet. So I was going to buy a couple to sell, and I built one. Then did build the other one. I must get around to doing that. Because I need to film some Baneblade goodness.
Yeah, well, there's so many different things you could do to it, isn't there?
You could make it into a Baneblade, or you can make it into a Baneblade. You can make it into a spaceship. Baneblade. Baneblade. Oh dear.
You're doing it again, aren't you?
I do now. I did nothing.
Shaking guru.
You heard nothing. I will not continue this conversation now. We'll move on.
Yeah, but the thing is, we're kind of live, mate, and the whole world now knows that you just spontaneously sung Shaking Stevens. You can't blame Mama Fox.
They have no such knowledge of this.
You can't blame it on your mum.
No, there's no such thing exists.
Yeah, we all heard you.
There's no live stream.
There won't be to carry on singing there.
Yeah, I sang nothing. There's no evidence that I did such a thing. You can't prove otherwise. It was a deep fake.
Yeah.
There's no way to know that I was singing that at all. It could have been somebody who did that.
Be on the news later. Fox has been admitted to hospital because he's now addicted to Shaking Stevens.
The Streamlabs hack.
Yeah. Oh, is that the route you're going down? That is lame.
Yeah, the Streamlabs
even for you, that is lame.
Anybody using Streamlabs, they'll be apologising tomorrow for anybody using Streamlabs who suddenly appeared to sing Shaking Stevens during their live streams between the hours of just now and just then.
That is so lame.
Not lame at all. Clearly never worked in PR. Where the rule is basically, doesn't really matter what you say, just keep saying it until everybody just accepts it as the truth, even if it's complete bullshit.
I did a stint in HR, as you well know. Yeah.
HR.
I'm loving a bit of chipping. I'm loving a bit of chipping.
Halfway to itching, it's itching, I'm missing.
I think you've unleashed a chipping monster, mate.
Nice. Tell me about the chipping, mipping. That doesn't really work, does it?
No, it don't, mate. I didn't want to bring attention to your failure there, mate, because you're a mate. And I don't
fail.
I didn't want you to start, getting yourself all upset and bitter and twisted. I thought I'll leave you be.
I don't fail.
No, we have happy accidents, mate. I called Bob Ross again.
Happy accidents, apart from in the trousers. They're never happy.
Beat the devil out of it.
Yeah, I'm getting to the age now where trouser-based happy accidents and unhappy accidents are more of a risk every day.
Yeah, that's why we don't overstretch for anything under any circumstances.
Have you ever done that thing where you do a fart and you make yourself laugh?
Yeah, and then you fart again. It's like...
you find your own... I was waking up the other morning. I was lying there in bed. I'm like, just waking up. And it's like, I've had a nice sleep. And I was just about to have a bit of a stretch before you get out of bed. You have a big cat stretch. Yeah. And I just about to have a stretch, and I started to do a trump. And it was like a slow trump.
Yeah.
Like that. Really relaxed and casual. And then when I stretched, it went...
Yeah.
Everything tensed up and it went, and I was like, I just started laughing. I couldn't stop laughing.
Yeah, but we're at that age where you stretch and you go constantly.
Yeah, it went from a burbling old diesel engine to like a Formula One racing car. I've been very gassy over the last couple of months. I've suddenly become quite gassy, and it's most amusing. I do find trumps.
It's some of the squeaks that your body makes, and you're like, when did this change? Yeah.
You'd be glad to know, by the way, in Bluey, because it's Australian, it's not all saccharine and clean like American and English nonsense. There's lots of conversations about fart. There's lots of farting going on.
Yeah.
There are farts. They did edit it out. They actually edited out on Disney a scene where a horse poops.
Oh, really?
In a children's cartoon. It's Australian because they don't care. It's Australian. They're like hard as balls. So
Yeah.
But yeah, there's conversations about farting and all kinds of stuff. There's lots of scenes where people are actually on the toilet. It's quite bizarre.
Paul says, be very careful because we're at an age where a fart could turn into a shark. Oh, yeah. Have you farted and sneezed at the same time? That kind of creates a mini vacuum, mate. That's a bizarre one.
Oh, no. Farting and sneezing is one of the most painful things you can do. The only thing more painful you can do is pull a pube out by mistake. Like pluck a pube.
Eyes watering. Yeah.
Or no, the only thing more painful... Well, actually... That's not even the worst one. It's doing a sneeze fart is worse than pulling out a nose hair by mistake.
Oh, really? Yeah.
You ever pulled the nose hair out by mistake?
Spring onions, yeah.
That's like being kicked in the nads 10 times over all at the same time.
I have an attachment on my beard trimmer that I no longer use, and it was the nasal hair clipper. Yeah,
they're just evil. I had the same attachment.
I did it the complete opposite way to what the manual tells you. I stuck it up my nose, then switched it on, and it was like a lawnmower. It just spiraled around. And yeah, I came downstairs, right, to H, because that's my default policy. Whenever I do anything that is disastrous, I come down to H. Oh, can you help me out, love?
I've done something. I
basically had to sit there while she cut the nasal attachment out from my nostril, because I did.
You basically made a pigtail on your nose hairs, didn't you?
Yeah, I had to disconnect the beard trimmer from it, so I walked downstairs with just the nasal attachment poking out my nostril. And she's like, "You all right?" And I'm like, "You didn't make this out my nose."
When you did it kind of go?
Like it did, yeah. As soon as I fired it up, it just went. And I'm like, Now, if you can imagine maybe 300 or 400 nose hairs getting yanked halfway out at once, I had tears streaming from my eyes. But I'm like,
but at the same time, I get this impression that it's one of those situations where, you know, when something happens, and it's very, very quick, but it's also the longest moment of time you've ever experienced. And in that very moment of time, I know that your entire brain went, you pressed the button and then your brain went, oh no, what have I done?
Yeah, it was one of those tilt moments, Fox. It really was, mate. And then the pain starts kicking in because you get the momentary shock and then you're adrenaline. And then all of a sudden you're like, oh, I've got to go down and face the missus and she's going to mock. And she did. She was merciless, mate.
I would hope so, too. I can imagine it like it took like half a second, but in that time you had so many thoughts.
Yeah.
It was more like
she was
half an
like,
hour.
Oh, mate, you're right, you're right. And then it was you, plonker. How the hell can you get yourself into such a state? I bought you that because it's supposed to be, you know, user-friendly. I went, yeah. They obviously didn't have me in mind when they built this thing.
Yeah. You didn't read the instructions, did you?
I didn't, no.
No.
I just put it all together and went, oh, this looks easy.
I tried a nose hair trimmer once. I stuck up my nose and tried it, and it was just such an uncomfortable tickling feeling that I just put it away and never used it again. It wasn't painful, but it was like a tickly feeling. But it was like I could feel it in every single bone in my body, this weird, horrible tickling. I was like, I really don't like that. That's not pleasant at all.
I bought that gadget from, do you remember in the Sunday papers you used to have them adverts for things that no one wanted?
Yeah, JML crap.
Yeah, I bought the hair cutting comb. You remember them?
Oh yeah. Oh god. Yeah.
And I brushed my hair with it, didn't I? And as you can imagine, I looked like I had alopecia, mate, afterwards. So, so I've not learnt my lesson over the years.
No,
but that one often gets mentioned by H and the boys. Dad, do you remember when you got that attachment stuck up? I'm trying to forget it, but thanks for reminding me.
You will never forget that now. You'll never be allowed to.
Not now that it's live on the internet and you know about it, because
it's a good job only I found out about this in this conversation, then, wasn't it?
Yeah, just as well no one else does.
Yes. Good job nobody else knows this.
Look at that for a bit of chipping. I'm loving it.
Hang on. Let me put the brush down. I'm looking.
I am just going to go screening at the full kind.
Yep, and give it a second to settle because it takes a few seconds to unpixelate. Oh, look at that in the middle of that panel.
Yeah.
Is that actually a ding in the panel, or is it just you've painted the chip?
I just painted chip.
It looks like a physical ding. It's great.
You like that?
Yeah.
Am I learning?
You're learning things with your brain. Your brain folds are doing things.
Are you happy?
Mm-hmm.
Are you happy with your teachings?
Happy. Happy.
Happy. I had a ding once.
I had a ding once. Yeah.
Oh dear, I've got to stop doing that.
Paul Di Tommaso says a sentence that I will probably never hear again in the history of the universe. Elastic is an interesting option.
Yeah.
Would painting and clear coating it prevent it from degrading? I don't know about elastic bands. It might do.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what I did it. Yeah, I did it on a figure that I did a while back, well over 7 or 8 years ago, and it's still on there. So
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
it was applied with super glue, so I suppose as it degrades, it can't fall off because the super glue is holding it on. So yeah.
Everybody's locking it in place, I suppose.
Yeah.
Edward Lennon is laughing, crying, laughing. I wonder if chat's actually going really slow because it does seem to be a bit.
Yeah, I think that's a YouTube thing, though.
Yeah, seems to be uneventful in chat.
Yeah.
Right, what am I doing?
What am I
doing? I don't know.
They're probably sitting there face palming at disbelief at some of the stupid things us two idiots actually do.
Mm-hmm.
Notice I said us two there, even trying to blame you for my own stupidity there, but my missus just goes, "Oh God, look at it! What's he gone and done now?"
Yeah,
really, she says. Why me? And I'm like, "Because you love me, dear." Why are you so challenging? Because I'm a bloke and I don't read the manual.
It's like your special needs, but without the actual special needs. You just other special needs. I need to not worry about getting this yellow too nicely painted because it's going to look grotty anyway when I've finished. So
nothing wrong with a bit of grotty paint, mate.
Well, I'm going to dry brush and stipple some rust and stuff back over it later, so it doesn't matter if it's not exactly a solid coat of yellow.
It's beginning to come together now.
It's beginning to look a lot like Orkmus.
See what you did there?
Did you see what I did there?
I am impressed.
Most impressive.
You can have a spider pig for your trouble.
Now, did you used to watch The Next Generation?
Yes.
Have you seen the trailer for the new series of Picard?
I found the first series of that quite difficult to get into. I think I need to go back to it.
Well, it's gotten better, but the trailer for the third and final season, not only have they brought back a whole load of the cast, like they brought back Riker and Deanna before and stuff, but now you've got something like Beverly Crusher, Geordie LaForge.
Oh, right, yeah.
Not only have they brought back all that, Data's no longer around, of course.
Yeah.
Apparently, for the final series, they're bringing back Law.
Oh.
Law, but not only that, in the trailer, for a brief second, you also see, and I was like, what? You also see Moriarty.
Really? I loved them episodes that he was in.
Yeah. Well, he was put into a little memory core, wasn't he? And then it's like
computer arch. Yeah.
But the thing that gets right, he was put into that memory core
on Amazon Music.
Computer, stop.
It was put into that memory core.
Note to self, must change name.
But then that Enterprise was the one that crashed in the movie. So what happened to that memory core?
Exactly.
Did they find it on Varakis 3 or whatever?
Did they back it up somewhere?
Viridian 3. Viridian 3? Have I just geeked and said the planet name?
Yeah, I think you might. I think you might have gone into neckbeard mode there, mate.
The fact that I can remember the planet name from...
Proud of you, mate.
Generations.
As for me, TNG was the better of the series.
No, you're an idiot.
No, let me finish. Because to me, Deep Space Nine was a total different tangent. It was a space station, but what I mean by the Next Generation being the better is of the Starship-based ones.
The better of the classic sort of style.
Yeah.
I agree with you there.
I wasn't a fan of the original series because, for me, it was too 1960s for my liking.
Yeah, it was a bit. Yeah,
even though that's when it was made, but it just seemed a little bit like Doctor Who. It seemed a bit amateur.
It's a bit cheesy. I've never been a big fan of the original series just because it is. You can't get past the cheese level.
Yeah, it's
if you're at the time, you probably thought it was brilliant, but to me,
yeah, it's a Shatner ego fest, and it's like there were more actors in it than him. Best supporting actor was his wig. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Oh, I don't have a problem with that. It's just to me, it was a bit.
Oh no,
it's a bit too corny and cheesy for my.
Yeah, it's just like. But then you look at, say, for instance, Escape from Far Point on TNG. Yeah, so
even the remastered version of that is still. Kind of
it had its limitations, but I found the plots were a little bit more thought out than the original series.
Yeah, I mean, the whole reason that the first series sucked was because Gene Roddenberry was involved.
Yeah.
When they got rid of him and made him an advisor in bunny quotes, basically just fobbed him off, that they started getting good.
Yeah.
It's like Gene Roddenberry was a genius in the 1960s. When it came to 1980s, no.
Yeah, he got a bit outdated, but just wouldn't accept it, would he? Yeah,
it wasn't good. Yeah, but a real Trekkie knows never to rewatch the first season anyway.
No, if ever I rewatch any of that, it's Season 2, Episode 1.
Yeah, I mean, I've been rewatching DS9, and even in that, there's a few episodes that I think, I'm not going to watch that.
Yeah. Yeah, for research purposes, I probably would watch DS9 more than once, but it's solely for research purposes.
Yeah, for scientific understanding.
Yeah.
The funny thing is watching DS9. On a decent streaming service, and not just some 360p feed from some shonky, slightly not particularly legal streaming website.
Yeah.
Is that the last time I saw DS9, it was on a television.
Yeah.
Like an old CRT TV in the 90s.
Mm.
Now I'm watching it on the internet in 1080p, and even in like a slightly fuzzy 1080p mastering of it, you look at it and think, wow, Odo's makeup is really bad.
Yeah.
And then you look at Quark sometimes and think, I can really see where the latex finishes and the
you can see the lines around the side. There's a few episodes of The Next Generation where you can see alongside Lieutenant Worf's eyes, you can see the line where the Klingon cap is joined to his head. And it's like,
There's a few bit where they have close-ups of Odo, and sometimes his makeup looks incredible.
Yes.
And seamless. But you can literally see the edge of the latex, the crispy edge of the latex around the bottom eyelids. It's like, oh, they haven't hidden that at all.
I've got to be careful how I word this. But if you still pause any of the scenes that are close up to Major Kira's face.
Yeah.
Take an image with your mobile phone and zoom in the photograph. There are times when you can see around the nose wrinkles where it joins her nose.
Actually, I'll be honest. I've watched, because I do look at things like that when I'm watching for like the quality issues and just to see can you see the edges and stuff. And I must admit, Kira's nose makeup is probably one of the most reliably invisible prosthetics in the whole thing. I mean, you often see like in the Cardassians, you often see lots of creases in the necks and stuff like where the latex wrinkles. But Kira's nose, I've never noticed any of the joints or anything. It's
I only noticed it out of research purposes, zooming in on my mobile. You
only noticed it when you were looking in the wrong direction and Kira's on the screen, because you weren't looking at all the other bits you're supposed to be looking at.
There's an ecumenical matter.
Because if you're looking at the nose, you ain't doing research.
Yeah, it's them nose wrinkles.
Or if you're doing the research and you're looking at a nose, you're doing it wrong. That's not the bit I tend to look at.
No. Intendant Kira laying there in that cat suit. Yeah. Wing.
But it's weird. I was watching the other day, and I'm going through the episodes, and there's a few that I haven't watched because they're terrible. Like, Move Along Home. You don't ever watch that one.
No.
That's DS9's Hathor episode.
Yeah.
As the Stargate fans will know what the Hathor episode is. And I found myself, and it was really bizarre. Like each Star Trek series has the absolute iconic standout episode.
Yeah.
And like in Next Generation, it was The Inner Light.
Yeah.
Where the writing is incredible. With DS9, it was The Visitor.
Oh, right. Yeah. Good episode.
Where, Cisco vanishes and Jake becomes an old man. And for some reason, I was going through the episodes and I was like watching this, and I got to that one, I was like, I don't want to watch that one. I don't want to watch it. Even though it's probably one of the most powerful, not the most, but one of the most powerful episodes in the whole series. I was like, no, I'll move on to the next one.
Yeah, but bald, cynical Cisco was the nuts.
Oh, yeah.
The seasons where he's got no hair and when he gets all boisterous are brilliant because his character really comes out, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Can't beat Cisco. My favourite captain.
And it's like the relationship between Quark and Odo is just brilliant.
Oh, such a romantic. It's in a weird way. It's a kind of romantic love story.
It's
but
a proper
not really,
romance, isn't it?
Yeah. Because like even when they're joking, saying, you'll miss me, not really. And it's like, actually, you will.
Yeah.
They will. It's one of the best pairings.
It just works, doesn't it, all the way through. I don't think I've ever seen an episode where their relationship or on-screen chemistry wasn't there.
And the thing for me is, it's. I think the quality of that brush is knackered. I think the quality of acting in DS9 was vastly superior to that in Next Generation.
Oh yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, yeah.
Because the acting in Next Gen was all right, but obviously I'd like Patrick Stewart and stuff. But the acting in DS9, the people they got in for the regular characters, they were just kind of the next level of because it was a lot more dark and Machiavellian in a lot of ways. Well, that's a big dog. Blimey. Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can, mate, yeah.
Wow. I don't know where it is, but it kind of lives around here sometimes, and it's weird. Like, my next door but one neighbour has that yappity little piece of crap that I can't stand. It goes all day long. And I wish they'd just, drop it into a steel smelting furnace or something by accident.
Don't hold back, mate.
Well, the thing is, that can bark, twice, and I'll be in a bad mood. He'll go, meep, and I'll just be in a bad mood. But that big dog, it doesn't often bark. And when it does, it just tends to go. Blah, 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 blah,
yeah, but big dog barks are always good. I look back at Gary. It was like, because
I hear that big dog, and I'm like, I like big dog.
Gary barked like a grumpy old man. It was brilliant. But it was like it was an effort.
Yeah,
I've got to bark now. Woof. That's like
stand by. I'm spooling up. Yeah, I don't mind big dogs barking. They only bark occasionally.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's a big dog. But big dogs are cool. Little yappy cocker poodles or whatever. This dumbass thing we've got next door but one.
Yeah. What it is. These women not walk around with a dog poking out from their armpits. Like, what's that all about? And carrying a dog around in a bag. What is that all about?
It's American bullshit.
We see that a lot down here now. Where you've got Bints walking around with, it looks like a Louis Vuitton type bag, but it's got bloody dog in it, and it's like, really?
It's called Some People Are Morons, and I Hate My Own Species.
Yeah, and I'm like, when did that become a thing?
Because they're copying the Americans, and there's the people copying Paris Hilton and morons. And things like that.
God, who'd want to copy that?
A lot of morons, basically.
Yeah, these chat magazine bloody.
It always makes me laugh riotously inside when you see some bloke walking down the road, some big beefy bloke, and he's got these farty little dogs on a lead.
Oh yes,
some big burly bloke, and he's got two little Jack Russell, little sort of Yorkie Terriers or something, or
little Chihuahuas.
That's not your dog, is it, mate?
Yeah, your masculinity has been diminished there because she's made you take her dogs for a walk.
Yeah. It's like I can't stand yappy little small dogs. I have no interest. They're just annoying. Like Yorkies and Westies. I mean, Westies are old people dogs anyway.
Yeah.
they're not adorable. They're not lovable. They're not.
You
they're just
don't
noisy
see a
and
lot of
barky.
the traditional breeds around now, like Labradors, red setters, and that. You don't see a lot of them. Boxer dogs, you don't see them about. You know, it's all bloody Rottweilers or pocket dogs, isn't it? And it's like, what's that all about?
Well, I think you're in a more urban area than us slightly, so you probably see a lot more. We still see like the odd lab. Every time I see a dog walking around, it's either a little Yorkie type thing or a little Westie.
Yeah, a yappy.
Or it's a Labrador.
Little yappy bastards, yeah.
Yeah, but there's some guy around here, and he's got a chocolate lab, and it's really weird because, like, for the last 10 years, it doesn't matter what time I go out to the corner shop. It could be on a random day at a random time, any time between morning and 10 at night. Whatever time it is, it doesn't matter. I'll go there and guarantees I'll walk past him on the way to or from the shop.
Yeah.
This sort of middle-aged bloke with a chocolate lab, and this chocolate lab has always been fat.
Yeah.
It's adorable. It's gorgeous. It's his chocolate brown Labrador. You can't help but like Labradors.
Lynn Diffle is in, says hello. Hello,
Ooh.
Lynn. How you doing, darling?
Hello, Lynn. Hello. Welcome.
Lovely to see you in. Yeah, sorry, mate. Go on.
I found out, did you know there's actually a reason why Labrador, we all joke that Labradors are always fat.
Yeah.
Did you know there's actually a genetic reason?
No.
Or a behaviorally genetic? Apparently, they are designed in such a way, or it is a trait of the breed, that they cannot help themselves overeating.
Oh, right.
They just genetically cannot stop themselves. There's a bit in the brain of most animals and people that when you eat food, after a certain period of time, this part of the brain says, that's enough. We're full now.
Yeah, I've had enough eating. Now, yeah.
Yep, you're satiated. And that's why if you want to get a lot of food and you eat fast, because it's...
Yeah.
But apparently in Labradors, that bit just doesn't work.
Oh, wow, that's interesting.
They're always in like hungry starvation mode.
Yeah.
So they will just carry on eating, even if they've eaten, they don't need to eat, they'll still eat. If you give them a full meal and then have some other food and 10 minutes later still eat it, because they've not got that bit of the brain working that says, stop eating, you're not actually full, you're not actually starving.
Oh, wow. Lynn says, great, it's Friday and it's the weekend. Happy days. How you doing, Lynn? You keeping well, darling?
Mm-hmm. Lynn says, I don't think I could carry Sweetie around with me, nor would I ever would. Edward Leonard says, lol, sounds like my Lulu wolf. What an effort. I'm done. English Bulldog, also £85.
Yeah.
Comparing it to Gary.
Yeah. Gary was like that. Just sit there and you go, you would think there would be a bit of enthusiasm, but it would just go, I'll put some effort into it, for crying out loud. Yeah. It was terrible. Let's bung that back on the jaw of jawness.
Jaw you larity. I'm not happy with that mouth having a black interior. I don't like it. I don't know if it works or not.
The mouth having a black interior. What mouth?
I've got a blue mouth with a black interior. I don't know if it works.
Yeah, my mouth, the back of it is still yellow. I've not chipped.
Maybe I need to make it just more black, maybe.
Yeah, I've not chipped it because I thought, well, with it being behind there, it's not going to get things thrown at it and dinged. Yeah. So
maybe I'll just make it more black. Because it's only Corvus black at the minute, not Labrador black. Oh, by Vicar, hello. Morning.
I really think I need to get out more. It's just bloody insane, isn't it?
Yep. Oh, that was not a pleasant burp. I'm going to suffer with acid tonight when I go to bed.
I'm looking at them dudes in there going, oh, God, they got to be painted yet. But they're there. They're there for a reason.
You could get a little piece of plastic card and slap it over the gap and then put some rivets on it and just paint it like every other panel.
Yeah, but I know they're there. And it's like, no, sod it. They're there. They got to be painted.
Or just give it a basic coat of green, slap a panel over the top of it, but put a little slit in there like a viewing slit. But then you've already got the hatch above it, which makes no sense.
Exactly. No, they're there to be painted. I shall treat them with the contempt they deserve.
I'll try painting one, and if it's a loathsome experience, I'll simply block the other one off with a new panel.
Yeah, I'm kind of desperately not going to get defeated by the little bastards.
Yeah, I'm far too lazy. to even.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people that I'll get into the fight, but as soon as I get defeated the first time, I just walk away.
No, I have an inner determination not to let it win.
I have no principles.
Lynn says, I'm doing good, still liking my job. Got good news on my eyes. Due to my medical condition of my eyes, they are still good. Happy days.
Good. Yeah, she went for her eye test today.
Yeah. No, good for you, Lynn. Glad things are sorted. And yeah, brilliant news with your job because, yeah, you needed a nice bit of good luck there, darling, and I'm glad that you got it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's nice because she's been able to move away. She's got herself a proper house. She's got a good income coming in now, so
yeah,
she's got a job that she doesn't hate.
Lynn says she wants a stomper now. Do it, Lynn. You know you've got to.
Walk stomper.
They're mad. They're mad.
I bet she's just glad to have proper solid walls.
Yeah.
Proper house.
That's her.
Rather than a trailer.
It's nice that some good luck has finally come her way because she's a lovely lady, is our Lynn. Yeah. She's part of our family.
Family.
And it's just nice that some good luck has befallen her for a change.
Yeah. There you go. What do you reckon? Blacker. It's now black.
I will. Do you want me to bung your full screen?
No. I'm just asking you quickly what you're thinking.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I wasn't looking, mate. I was looking down. Show us again, mate.
There you go.
Yeah, mint. Love it.
Just looks black now. I'll get weather in later on.
That looks good, mate. Then says thank you. All right.
Why does yours always look like we're making the same model and yours looks like 4 times the size of mine? I know my camera's further away, but if I put my camera as close to mine as yours is to yours will still look like 4. Every time you make something that's the same as me,
my camera is about 10 inches away from the model.
I know it's just a weird thing that no matter where I put my camera, yours always looks bigger.
Well,
even like your Lehman Russ looks bigger than my Lehman Russ. It's the same damn kit.
Oh, it's not fair. But yours is bigger than mine.
This looks massive.
It's just insane. It's coming along all right. I'm kind of liking it. I'll go full screen. Fuck it. There you go. Give you a rotation. Or I'll tell you what. Let's put the grot tank in. That will end up getting permanently fixed, but yeah, there you go. Let's come away. You can see the whole goodness of it. There you go. Yeah, it's getting there. The chipping is well underway.
Look at that. So much chipping on yours that you're going to have to do, aren't you?
Yeah. Are you liking it, though?
It's going to take you a long time, but you're going to enjoy it.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm loving it.
So yeah. And it's beginning to take shape now. Who would have thought that someone's been teaching me how to do chipping? Eh?
I've no idea how that even happens.
Yeah, look, got chipping on the back of there as well. Look.
Ooh, I still not figured out how I'm going to paint that yet, that bit.
Oh, so yeah, we got a bit of stomper goodness, folk.
See, the thing is, now you've started doing little bits of washes and weathering here and there, just little bits. Like you've done your. I assume you've done like a shade over that, haven't you, of some sort?
Over what?
Have you done a wash over the silver metallic panels and stuff?
No, not yet.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, it looks like you have.
No, that was the slap chop side of things being done beforehand, and then I've lightly put a coat of lead belcher that was heavily watered down with Lamia medium. So it's kept the underlying shadow that was there is still showing through, mate.
I think it's probably just because I can actually see it clearly on the stream now for the first time.
Yeah.
Thanks, StreamYard.
Same as all that under its armpit and that's all from the original white and black dry brushing that was done. So, yeah, it's coming along.
Coming along rather nicely.
Getting there. A little bit of subtle checkerage going on the side of his canister.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of chipping on the chainsaw. So, yeah, I'm happy with it. It's coming along nicely.
Nicely. It's coming along fantastically, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's what we've been doing on mine. Do you want me to full screen you, dude?
Yeah. I've not really done much.
That.
You're
now full screen.
I haven't really done anything on the head today. I touched up some silver bits. I painted some. I can't really get closer than that. I painted some of these spikes. I painted these spikes silver around the top of the head.
Oh, nice.
And I painted the base of the hatch silver as well. That needs a little bit of tidying up, just to break up that white a little bit.
Yeah.
And I cleaned up some of the silvers. Not done much on there at all. On my checkers, I have faded my checkers. So those checkers on the epaulette there, on the pauldron, those on the front,
nice,
and then on the sides. They just look a little less pristine now and a bit more faded. So once they've got like a shade or a wash or something else over there, they'll start to look a lot more worn and weathered. And they'll just blend in a bit more. I mean, they look quite nice as solid checks, but they don't look really very conceivable because you wouldn't have a nice bit of clean paint on there. I've painted some hoses and cables and stuff that you can't see. Painted that thing for the ammo belt silver, so I've got to do the ammo itself. Did a couple of glyphs here and there, just the base colours for now, and I've started the hazard straps on this.
Yeah.
I'm going to regret that. And I'm thinking I will do a blue on blue check, I think, for this part of the chainsaw. Yeah. Maybe. I don't know. It depends how adventurous I get, because it's hard to get to that to paint it.
Yeah, it's a bit, Yeah,
I mean, it's easy to paint this bit. It's when it's on that side.
Yeah, but it's when it gets round to the other side between the pipes, and it's like,
Yeah, how do I paint a checker pattern there without holding it like that for like 2 hours?
Yeah, what idiot decided to glue the arms on?
I don't know, some dumbass. I've not decided what to do with this gun barrel.
Lynn's asking, what is the white stuff behind the itty bitty tank? I will show you, Lynn. It's basically going to be the beginnings of the smoke. It's got to be airbrushed yet, and it's just basically going to be smoke where it's getting blasted out of a big cannon that's inside its belly. Once I've put the LED in there, you'll be able to see the inside. There's a big tube in there that the grot tank's been fired from.
Are you going to put tiny little specks of something in the smoke to give it that kind of like?
Yeah. There's going to be little bits of whatever. I haven't decided what yet.
Are you actually going to put any light in the smoke?
I was tempted, but cotton wool and LED lighting, unless I do it within a bit of chicken wire, so that the cotton wool's not actually got the LED touching the surface. You with me?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Because I'm just worried about.
They don't get hot, but they do get warm, don't they? So.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So yeah.
What you don't know is Colin's secret sauce. That foam stuff is actually whale sperm.
No, it's just fluffy. It's just cotton wool that I may have stolen from the missus's. Yeah. So yeah, that's what that is.
I don't think any of us could not point to at least one thing on our benches that isn't nicked from our mum/wife.
Absolutely.
/parent.
Oh yeah, emery boards, all that sort of thing. Cotton buds, yeah, why not?
I used to nick mum's nail file emery boards all the time when I was a kid.
Oh yeah, perfect, wouldn't they, mate?
Yeah. Well, that was all I had at the time. I didn't have sanding sponges in the 1980s.
Mate.
1990s.
Didn't exist, but
yeah.
So yeah, that's going to have the warm LEDs. I might end up, because luckily for me, this is just 2 brass rods here, so I could wrap some chicken wire in like a conical shape, and then line the cotton wool around that and feed an LED bulb up the middle.
Or I don't know if this would work, right? But how about one thing that Bandai sometimes does? They use like light channels.
Yeah.
So what if you have an LED bulb here?
Yeah.
And then next to the bulb is a clear acrylic rod.
Oh yeah, I've got some of them left over from the sniper.
Yeah. So if you wrap the cotton wool around the clear acrylic rod, the bulb isn't touching the cotton wool, and the rod might channel the light in through the and be invisible.
Yeah. I've also got a drawer full of fibre optic as well. So.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's even better.
So there are methods to do it.
Yeah, then you can have the bulb hidden away somewhere else that you know.
Yeah, the bulb could sit at the back of the cannon.
Yeah.
Definitely needs something in there, but then how often am I going to switch it on?
Yeah, well, it'd just be photography, wouldn't it? And that'd be it then.
Yeah.
Unless you made it mains powered. You plug it in.
Could do. Could run it on a USB-C, couldn't I? 5 volt.
But that has to be near your computer. Yeah, could do.
Oh yeah, but I can run a USB cable from a USB plug adapter, mate.
That's true.
One of them.
Or an old iPhone charger.
Yeah, simple USB plug.
Like that.
Yeah, that would work. Well, mate, I think, being that it's coming up to 4 a.m, I think that'll be a good...
Goodness, it is, isn't it?
That'll be a good place for us to stop. That way I can go and have some din-dins and take me meds and all of that lot. So
yeah, I move this down so it looks a bit better.
Yeah, Lynn, I did stand up bang on 2 o'clock, darling, but I'm going to be getting up now anyway because I'm going to go next door and have me dinner because I've got meds to take and things. So hopefully,
pooping and things like that.
Hopefully, though, the stream has been nice and crystal clear for you all tonight. We are using a different way of streaming now, so hopefully you get a nice, clearer picture. So we'll be using this again, Warhammer Sunday, won't we, mate? So it'll be
should be working quite nicely.
It'll be Fox's turn to use that.
Yeah, no longer stuck at 720p, thank God.
Yeah, we've migrated away from StreamYard now. So yeah. So yeah.
I won't be streaming in 1440. That I'll stream in 1080.
Yeah. I'm just lucky because I got the bandwidth to do it. So
yeah, shut up. I don't need to hear big numbers right now, thank you.
Bandwidth.
Don't you start waving your big numbers around like you've got a big piss or something.
So yeah, we're going to love and leave you there, folks, for the night, so that you can go off and do your thing, and I can go and have me dinner, and Fox can go to bed. Are you streaming later on today with your gaming goodness, Fox?
Yes, I will be playing. Well, hopefully, as long as Mum Fox is all right, I shall be streaming Cyberpunk 2077 at 5 p.m. Did you watch any of my Metro today?
Did I? Yeah, because I kind of had a bit of a power nap, mate.
You would have been fast asleep.
Yeah.
So I suspect you won't be around for Cyberpunk tomorrow, but never mind.
I should be, mate, because I'm going to be staying up until tomorrow night, mate.
Oh, okay.
So I should be about...
Force yourself to sleep.
Yeah, because you know what my sleep pattern's like at the moment.
Yeah, a bit screwed up.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I might see you in chat then. You can see some Cyberpunk. And you can see how...
definitely, mate.
Yeah, how good modern games actually look.
Exactly. I'll finish up with if you want to support our channels, you can do so by heading over to patreon.com/Festa67's workshop or patreon.com/modelmakingguru. You can also join our YouTube channels by clicking the join button below any of our video content and becoming channel members. That gives you access to the Zoom 24/7 off-air hangout. And to save your time, if you want to search for our channels now, you can use our YouTube handles. Mine is @Festa67. You can see going along the bottom of the screen. YouTube.com/Festa67, or just type @Festa67 in a browser. And Fox's is @GuruFox. There you go, folks. Massive thanks to all of you for coming in and joining us this Friday. Nice to be back streaming again, so it makes it worthwhile for us.
Good to have you back, buddy.
Mate, it's good to be back, mate. Yeah, it's mate, it'd be nice to actually have a nice run now if I can, but hey, you know, what is, isn't it?
Yeah.
I will see you Sunday at lunchtime with Dave for Sunday at the bench, and then be back for Warhammer Sunday with the good guru himself.
Yes.
So we'll love and leave you until then, folks. Stay safe.
I'll see you all in a few hours.
And we will see you soon. Bye-bye for now.
Take care, everyone. Adios, amigos. Bye.